Good morning. We will commence the International Seminar on Defense Economics as a Concept and a Practice, organized by the National Defense Institute. Recovering early studies developed here at the Institute, this seminar aims to connect theoretical perspectives with the views and practices from 3 European countries, as well as national approaches from the academia, industry, and economy sectors. The director of the National Defense Institute, Professor Isabel Ferreira Nunes, will now take the floor to address you on the opening session.
Muito bom dia. Good morning. As you know, this session will be held in English, but also for the sake of our foreign guests. Madam Ambassadors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, dear speakers, moderators, and guests. Today's world is marked by an international environment of geopolitical uncertainty. The resiliency of the alliance as a defense organization is being tested, and the European Union's integration process is confronted with the stabilizing threat from the East. To both, the challenges of insecurity in the South, where Russia is also present, and of greater competitiveness and regional affirmation of China in Asia affects the global security context, influencing how states and organizations must optimize the allocation of defense resources. This will require new investments in defense and new capability portfolios that will enable armed forces to prevent, deny, and deter threats and risks to come from conventional warfare to cyber, hybrid challenges, and to complex crisis management. In this context, this requires a more comprehensive approach to defense other than the exclusive use of military means. The continuation of war in the East approached Ukraine from Western patterns and standards in terms of weapon systems, capabilities and training, enhancing its ability to be interoperable with partners and allied countries. The support of the Euro-Atlantic allies, together with the US, Australia, and Japan, to the war effort, has been having an impact on armaments stockpiles of donors, with 2 consequences. First, it presses for the replacement of the defense equipment transferred to the East. Second, it is giving the incentive to donors, defense industries, to develop and produce at a faster pace, not to pursue business as usual, but rather to modernize, with a high likelihood that in the next decade, Western countries may have to intervene militarily in order to safeguard democracy, a norms-based system, and our own territorial integrity and sovereignty. Defense industries need to invest to enhance production capacity, but they do not want to hold the risks associated to these investments, for which an adequate planning is required. The European Union, drawing on the collaborative experience acquired during COVID-19, may, for instance, opt for collective purchase of heavy ammunition. In this context, not only capacity to produce is needed, but also to have the available raw materials and rethink how do we wish to prioritize their consumption. Now more than ever, the European Union and member states are working on the possibility to develop their own defense industries policy, provide greater coherence between operational needs and collaborative innovation and production. Defense policy and defense technologies and industries have to follow closely the new international dynamics of change in an integrated manner that fits equally the modernization of the armed forces and the enhancement of the resilience of states, societies, and economies. Today, integrated defense cooperation at the regional and international level coexists with our powerful means to contain and deter threats. The war in Ukraine came to prove it, with a combined use of economic and financial instruments and military capabilities, a combination so determinant to a globalized and digitalized economy. This is just part of the framework in which public defense and security policies have to assert themselves in a competitive manner with other security, economic, and social priorities. At this level, knowledge and societal awareness matters on how one understands defense policies and greater value of defense economics. With the risk-averse and aging Western societies with smaller recruitment bases, the automatization and digitalization of defense will enable to do more or equal with less manpower and with a more efficient impact. In this context, scientific communities and technological and industrial bases that support defense economy must ensure that those advancements to acquire and sustain technological and military advantage individually or collectively. To gain and sustain an adequate defense and technological innovation stand, it requires foresight and a long-term planning horizon for policy implementation and industrial production. NATO's Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic and the European Defence Fund, together with the European Defence Agency EU Capability Development Plan, are providing the financial and collaborative basis as integration platforms for a triple helix model connecting member states' scientific, industrial, and governmental systems. On a study co-authored by Pedro Costa Simões, one of our speakers of today, and conducted by the universities of Minho and Aveiro, in 2020, on 145 projects of the Portuguese Ministry of Defense, in 90% the academia was represented, 40% was of dual application, and in the relation between knowledge production, dissemination, and application, the universities were essential to this correlation. Scientific, technological, and industrial production must be financially well-resourced and able to adapt to operational requirements within shorter cycles of development, production, and operational introduction into military units. Modernization of the armed forces weighs on states' budgets, and a solid defense economics approach should contribute to support those shorter cycles of innovation, research, and development that meet the new immediate strategic and operational requirements of crisis management and warfare. Among the major security and defense producers, defense industries proved to have a double economic value. On the one hand, they constitute a sector of greater importance for national economies. On the other, the technologies developed in support of military systems contribute to national production and employability, therefore, having a high economic and social benefit because they position countries in the technological forefront. The basis for the creation of this added value is twofold: the development of a better integrated industrial complexes and the increment of a dynamic within scientific, technological, and research and developed systems. For smaller countries such as Portugal that rely on imports, this usually means technological dependence and high public defense spending on military equipment, which requires compensation, often contracted, but not always complied with. In this context, phased modernization is particularly relevant and collaborative research, development, and production necessary. At this level, European Defence Fund, Permanent Structure Cooperation, NATO's Defence Innovation Accelerated, and NATO's Innovation Fund will help supporting defense companies' technological edge. In the context of the European Union, member states have reserved for themselves an exception to the single market rule with respect to defense spending, invoking the principle of sovereign national interest. This prerogative, which is foreseen in the Treaty of Lisbon, caused the fragmentation of the European Union's defense industries. This is fortunately now in the process of reverse through the development of collaborative processes, practices, and financial incentives for the development of European defense, as recommended by the Strategic Compass, approved last March, and already set in motion with the defense package launched in 2016 after the approval of the EU Global Strategy and subsequent launch of the European Permanent Structure Cooperation. The debate in defense economy context is currently very much centered on the assessment of the extent to which the question of national strategic autonomy can be achieved in a collaborative security and defense framework nationally, but also within the European Union and NATO. At the same time, it's important to envisage public expenditure on defense and the necessary equipment and modernization of the armed forces as investments capable of generating knowledge, employability, technical qualification, and useful development for the country and society, particularly in the dual-use dimension. For more than 2 decades, the National Defense Institute has been part of strategic thinking, of which defense economics plays a key role. And we have been doing so in the best spirit of cooperation, transparency, and complementarity with our long-term partners, IDD, Portugal Defense, and Eurodefense Portugal. With the aim to develop in-house knowledge on defense economics, we have also launched this year a new expert group on defense emerging technologies, gathering civilians and military coming from the academia, industry, and governmental institutions, with the aim to identify and discuss challenges and opportunities for defense economy and defense policy in general. Today's conference will address defense economics as a concept and a practice, and the current times we live in Europe and beyond fully justify the relevance of this theme. Defense economics as a concept, it's important to identify the actors and the domains of politics, industry, and economic growth with respect to the best allocation of defense resources in proportion with the defense budgets available. In times of high demand versus scarcity of defense resources, it is essential a proper balance between what defense policies stand for, where do they protect national and collective interests, and with which defense resources and capabilities they accomplish it. This makes defense economics a practice, a valuable private and public tool in support of national defense policies. Professor Keith Hartley will address the challenges and achievements of defense economics as a scientific field, but also as a tool for policy formulation. On the first panel, Auke Venema, Eva Zego, and Per Olsen will present respectively a Dutch, a French, and a Swedish approach to defense economies. And the reasons why we have chosen these 3 countries relies in the fact these are 3 countries internationally very active. They are very robust security and defense providers, and they have very well established defense cooperation practices. The second panel will gather 3 speakers that one may say they embody the XXX model approach with the presence of Pedro Simões Costa, Joana Mendonça, and Catarina Nunes, who will discuss respectively defense economics from the perspective of the role of science, innovation, and industry, and the role they play in defense economy. To all the speakers and moderators, I would like to thank very much for your availability and your interest in this initiative organized by the National Defense Institute. I would also, of course, like to leave a final note of appreciation to Colonel Antonio Eugenio for the coordination of this conference, also to the Institute's supporting services for helping us to organize this conference. And finally, of course, I would like to express my appreciation for your presence in this conference, for your attendance and your interest in this topic. And I wish you a very fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Professor Keith Hartley will be giving the keynote speech on the topic of defense economics, achievements and challenges, moderated by Air Force Colonel Antonio Eugenio, advisor at the National Defense Institute and coordinator on defense economics topics.
Professor Isabel Ferreira Nunes, distinguished guests, speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen attending this seminar. It is with great honor that I introduce our first guest, who is one of the founding scholars of the subdiscipline of defense economics. He will be with us via Zoom. Long before Henry Etzkovitz and Lowell Leidersdorf, back in 1995, developed the concept of triple helix to describe the relationship between the 3 components of a knowledge economy, Professor Keith Hartley had already stressed the importance of collaboration between universities, industry, and government in his research and writing on defense economics. With the rising tensions on global politics, a protracted war in Europe, and the uncertainty about the prioritization of public spending, it is of utmost importance to listen to experts on the subject of our event today. As the Western world is increasing defense spending, we could have a clear understanding of the relationship of these three main pillars and their interaction to build sophisticated military capabilities, because they all be needed. Scientific agility, as well as understood during the recent COVID-19 pandemics, show us that crises and unforeseen events might be dealt with different approaches. We may be at a epochal transformation age, with old models typical of industrial economy being replaced by the very agile and dynamic processes to acquire exquisite systems to populate new domains of warfare like space and cyberspace. Many of them are already in use in Ukraine and elsewhere. Others are already on the radar of defense analysts, like robotics, artificial intelligence, big data and analytics, and quantum technology. Although it's impossible to have a clear vision about the future, we must understand the bold trend lines that come from the past. As a pertinent example, we need to recover early contributors to the field, like the Professor Keith Hartley did in the Conference on Defense and Security Economics of the Mediterranean countries and Sub-Saharan Africa back in June 1998, with the title, "The Future of the Acquisition Policy in the European Defense Industry," that is published in our Nação e Defesa number 90, special issue dedicated to the subject of economy and defense. And now for a speech on defense economics achievements and challenges, I will introduce our keynote speaker. Keith Hartley is a defense economist and emeritus professor of economics at the University of York in the United Kingdom. He specialized in Augustine weapon systems, European defense and industrial policy, procurement policy, collaboration, the future of defense firms, industry studies, and measuring defense output. He has been consultant to the United Nations, European Commission, European Defense Agency, United Kingdom Ministry of Defense, and the House of Commons Defense Committee. Recent books include NATO at 70 from 2020, and the economics of the global defense industry, same here. He was a founding editor of the journal Defense and Peace Economics and of the Defense Economics Element series for Cambridge University Press. Professor Keith Hartley, you have the virtual floor.
Fine. Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Perfect.
Good. Okay. Well, first of all, thanks very much for having me. And then just to set the record straight, when it came to the vote on the UK's position in the European Union, I voted Remain, but sadly we lost. Anyhow, defense economics, achievements and challenges. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Professor, can we have your camera, please?
How do I do that?
Here we can see you.
Okay, let's have a look. Share screen, will that do it? No?
No, not yet.
So do I go to start video?
Okay, now we have you. Oh. There you go.
All right.
Now we can see you and hear you. Please go ahead.
The hearing part, I understand. I'm not saying you want to see me, but that's your problem. Right, okay. So in terms of what I want to talk about, the slide there, the outline, outlines what I'm talking, my main points. The first one is questions. And I raise the general question, whenever we come to topics like this, what do we know? What don't we know? And what do we need to know to have sensible debates about defense spending and defense policy? And the answer to each of those questions is we know a lot. There's a lot we know, a lot we don't know, and a lot we need to know. And I'll cover some of those points as I develop this talk. Then the rest of the talk will deal with definitions right through to what we've achieved with defense economics, and then the problems we've got in terms of future challenges. Okay, next slide. So that's how I define defense economics. A very simple definition: the economics of war and peace. I do not get involved with debates about special military operations, if I might say so. And then a more complicated definition, ranging from defense right through to peace. Next slide. Now, what about the history of defense economics? It does have a history. I start really the Second World War, when economists were involved in, for example, selecting targets for the strategic bombing of Germany. And the targets they focused on, I've listed there: tank factories, ball bearing factories, oil fields. And what was interesting was the selection of targets often show the limitations of economists in looking at this problem. And economists quite often fail to understand and fail to recognize that the German economy did actually adjust and respond to bombing. And there are some of the ways it responded. It went for rapid repairs. It moved its factories underground. And it was very clear that as economists, we had limited knowledge of the German economy. We forgot the fact that there are alternative suppliers. We forgot the fact that with ball bearings, there wasn't just one factory at Schweinfurt. There were in fact stocks, and the Germans could import ball bearings. So we had very limited knowledge of how the German economy operated and how it adjusted to massive shocks in the form of strategic bombing. And of course, the Germans set out to make bombing very costly in an attempt to actually reduce it. And as one of the means of trying to increase the costs of bombing, they, for example, arranged diversions. We ended up being diverted bombing country areas rather than towns. Next slide. Now, in terms of its history, the pioneering contribution I regard as the book by Hitch and McKee on the economics of defense in the nuclear age, and that was 1960 when that came out. And we've made considerable progress since then, but I'll come to that in a few minutes. The 1960s was also interesting in that there's some other contributions to the development of defense economics. And I mentioned some of them there. Alliances, there was original work by Olson and Zeckhauser. The actual weapons acquisition process, there was original work by Peck and Shearer. And then economists were involved in looking at the economics of an all-volunteer force, with some work there by Milton Friedman. Next slide. Further on the history, 1990 was significant in that in 1990, I created the journal Defense Economics. That was published 4 times a year, and most of the contributors in the early stage were American economists. And you can see how things changed. Later, we changed the title of Defense Economics to Defense and Peace Economics to recognize the role of peace. And it's not just about defense and conflict, it's about peace and conversion and disarmament. So we renamed the journal Defense and Peace Economics, and we then published 6 issues a year. And the contributions came from worldwide. It wasn't just American economists that dominate the contributions, but it was worldwide economists. And we've now celebrated more than our 30th anniversary. Next slide. That's what we've achieved. We've achieved a whole set of theoretical and empirical work in the fields I've listed there. Since we're involved in, can't ignore the conflict going on, sadly, in Ukraine, but we've done a lot of work as economists on alliances. We have modeled alliances, arms races, what determines defense spending. We've looked at equipment procurement, the procurement of personnel, defense industries, military outsourcing. There's no reason why the military must train its own staff. There's no reason why it must feed its own staff. It can outsource many of these activities. And that raises an interesting question about what, if any, are the limits to military outsourcing. And then we've done a whole set of work on disarmament, and I've listed some of it there. Conversion, peace and defense, each as public goods. And then more recently, we've been looking at conflict and at terrorism. Next slide. Some examples of what we've achieved. If we look at economics and apply it to the armed forces, we can't avoid, we have to start with what economists would call a military production function. And that is an input-output relationship. It simply says output, the output of defense depends upon its inputs. It looks complex, it isn't. Q is output, and it depends upon inputs, and inputs affect output. And the problem which we have to address, and I think this is another contribution of defense economists, is the fact that budgets are limited. And because they're limited, we can't avoid the need for very difficult choices. And we can't avoid the need at this point to bring in the notion of opportunity costs. The fact we have alternatives. If we didn't spend on defense, we could spend that money and those resources on schools, on hospitals, on roads, on welfare payments to the aged like myself. And then I just add at the bottom there, one of the problems in modeling the armed forces, we're dealing with something called game theory, where the games involve very small numbers, such as UK, Russia, USA, Russia, small numbers. And then there's also a principle of Buggins' turn. Last year, the Air Force got the bulk of the budget to buy new fighter aircraft. This year, it's the Army getting some money to buy tanks. Next year, the Navy will get some money to buy aircraft carriers. That's what I mean by Buggins' turn. We try to model the behavior of the armed forces. Next slide. And I'm going through some examples now, just to give you the flavor of what defense economics is all about. One of the important principles, it's loved by economists. It is not loved by admirals, generals, and air marshals. And that's the notion of the substitution principle. There are alternative and different ways of providing protection and defense. So I've given some examples there. Nuclear versus conventional forces. It could well be that increasingly we operate drones rather than, say, manned combat aircraft. We could use UAVs to replace maritime patrol aircraft. And that brings me to another important issue, and that's technical progress. Technical progress in this sector is always ruining things. It ruins your traditional way of thinking about things. So the armed forces, for example, historically, they like cavalry regiments, and they found it difficult to accept that tanks rather destroyed the advantages of cavalry. So technical progress can't be ignored. And I expect that at the moment there's a major dilemma going on in terms of technical progress. And that dilemma is the one between what I call Augustine weapon systems. These are highly complex, very advanced, but very costly weapon systems. And we see this beginning to be displayed in Ukraine, where the opposite, we're seeing drones. So we have these two pressures, one for increasingly expensive weapon systems, leading ultimately to notions of Star Wars and Starship, Enterprise and Battlestar Galactica, compared with drones, where you can go buy these from a local toy shop. You buy them off the shelf, they're cheap, and you can buy large numbers. Whereas the Augustinian weapon systems, they're so expensive, you can't afford very many. And there's an implication already of technical progress. It affects what economists call the traditional monopoly property rights of the services. So, for example, the Army operates surface-to-air missiles, but it's competing with the Air Force and its fighter aircraft. So traditionally, it's the Air Force which has provided fighter aircraft, but increasingly, you get the Army can operate surface-to-air missiles, And you get the same problem between the services and the Navy. For example, the Air Force can provide maritime patrol aircraft, which can replace anti-submarine frigates. Next slide. There's another example. The introduction mentioned collaboration, and collaboration is very appealing. And the Europeans have been very good in terms of examples of collaboration, both good and bad. The ideal case is one I've got there. With collaboration, you've got equal sharing of research and development, and a greater output gives you lower unit production costs. That's the ideal case. That's the theory. Reality is different. It's dominated in terms of European collaboration by just retour. And R&D costs, rather than being shared equally, are shared equally, but they're higher. They're higher than the ideal case because of duplication and the sharing of high technology. Each nation wants a share of the high technology involved in an aircraft. That means they share the high technology work on the airframe, the engine, and the avionics, which is not the best way to build an aircraft. And the other reality about collaboration is we get, because of work sharing again, production costs are higher due to the duplication of assembly line. Each nation in the partnership wants a final assembly line. Each wants its own flight testing center. So you get duplication occurring. So you soon depart from the ideal case. Next slide, please. Another example, defense markets are different. They're what are called a public good, where we're sharing both the costs of defense and also the benefits of peace. But being a public good, there are incentives to free ride. I don't bother putting my money into defense if I know, for example, if I'm Canada, I know the Americans are going to provide defense for Canada. So the Canadians will free ride. And we have lots of examples of free riding within Europe. And then in terms of defense markets being different, we don't have large numbers of buyers and sellers. On the buying side, we have a single buyer, the government. And that buyer is powerful. The buyer, as a single buyer, a government can determine the size of its defense industry, the structure of its defense industry, how it behaves, its performance, and its ownership. And to give you an example, defense industries, highly dependent upon government sales and sales to government, rise and fall with wars and peace. Wars are good news for defense industries, they expand. Peace are bad news for defense industries, they contract. And we saw that at the end of the First World War, the Second World War, and at the end of other conflicts. Then some other points about defense markets being different. I'll come back to this, but we don't have any market prices. It's not like the car market where I've got a price for cars. I know the price of a Volkswagen Golf or a Volkswagen Polo, but I don't know the true market price and valuation of, say, the nuclear deterrent, or of an Air Force, or of a Navy. And then two other points about how defense markets are different. They're characterized by the market's domestic monopolies. We quite often on the defense industry side will have a major supplier like BAE Systems or like Airbus. These are major suppliers. So we don't have the competitive market so beloved by economists. And then the armed forces can also be analyzed by economists, but they don't have a profit motive, and there's no capital market. There's no capital market to determine the efficiency of the armed forces. There's no one to take over various armed forces, and they can't go bankrupt. They're not subject to a bankruptcy constraint. Next slide, please. Right, another example. I look at, we talk about defense and it's war, we get conflict, and look at conflict and markets. And the starting point straight away is conflict destroys markets. And we're seeing that in Ukraine. And we saw it in the Second World War, a massive destruction of markets in Europe and the occupation by the Nazi Germany of much of Europe. So conflict destroys markets, but also conflict, rather than allocating resources as we do in our textbook models, allocating resources by prices. In a conflict, it's military forces, a military force which allocates resources, as we're seeing that very much in Ukraine. And then economists love to talk about equilibrium. Conflict destroys that. It creates disequilibrium. It results in chaos and destructive power. Next slide, please. Another good example of what economists have done. Defense economists have made, I think, a major contribution into the understanding of terrorism. Now, much of economics is about choices. And so they've applied the choice approach to choices for terrorists. So terrorists have a choice, just as we as consumers can go out and decide to buy cars or go on foreign holidays. So terrorists have a choice between peaceful and terrorist activities. These are substitutes. You can do one or the other. Now, one solution faced with the approach to terrorism as a choice is you make peace more attractive. If you make peace more attractive, the theory predicts, and it happens that this is valid, you reduce terrorist activities. And then economists look at the attack methods used by terrorists. And we know that terrorists have a number of attack methods. They can kill people, they can kidnap them, they can hijack airliners. So what do? You make skyjacking more expensive. You get less skyjacking, but you search for a substitute. Terrorists will go for more kidnapping. Okay, next slide. Almost there in terms of examples and achievements. In Britain, we've been looking at defense expenditure as part of a contribution towards prosperity in the economy. So we formulated a prosperity agenda, which has looked at the secondary economic benefits of defense spending. And I've listed some of those secondary benefits there: jobs, exports, technology spin-offs. The fact that you build a jet fighter aircraft, that spins off and you can build civil airliners. And there are ways in which we can measure some of these economic benefits. And there are some of the measurement methods. We could use GDP, gross domestic product, output, employment numbers, export sales, R&D spending, number of patents. There's a problem, and I'll come back to this actually. We have no single measure of prosperity, and none of these measures can be given money values. Next slide. Challenges. And by golly, do we have a big challenge here. The challenge we have is measuring defense output. And it's fine by saying, oh, defense contributes a final output in the form of peace, protection, and security. It protects all our nation's citizens. But we don't have any money values for peace. Now, what we do at the moment, we can look at somewhere like Ukraine, and we can cost the conflict going on in Ukraine. We can look at the budget costs of the numbers of deaths of military personnel and the civilians. We can look at the losses and value the losses of military equipment. We can look at the tremendous devastation being inflicted upon Ukraine, the destruction of property. They're losing their homes. Not only that, though, there are other costs which economists are not very good at addressing. There's what I call all the intangibles. The Ukrainian people are losing their freedoms. Some have left their country. They've left their families and their friends. And this is not a unique occurrence. They're living under the threat of death every day. They have to live in underground shelters. They don't have heating. They don't have lighting. They've lost their freedoms of speech, of freedom of movement. And as I say, Ukraine's not the only example. We can go back to the Second World War and look at the Nazi Germany occupation of Europe. Effectively, they created a slave economy. The people of France and other nations in Europe became slaves. They lost their freedoms. They had to work in areas they didn't want to work. They were told where to work. They had to work in a slave economy. They starved. We know that that very much happened in the case of not only all of them, but particularly of the Netherlands, of Holland. So these are some of the ways in which you might think of the benefits of peace, but we don't have a money value. Now, traditionally, when it's come to this notion of defense output, the traditional solution is to say inputs equals outputs. Whatever you put in gives you an output, and therefore you've got a higher output when you put in more inputs. That's not a very good way of measuring output. You've got no means of distinguishing between different capabilities. Well, we've actually moved a bit further forward in measuring output. We now measure military capabilities. So in the UK, for example, we look at our military as providing the capability of operating overseas in certain parts of the world, like the Middle East, the Far East, for certain periods of time. And we then have to say how many military personnel and equipments do we need to, for example, fight a war in the Middle East for, say, 1 year, 2 years, or indefinitely, which is why I have major doubts about the attempts by the Europeans to create a rapid reaction force with a mention of 25,000 or 5,000 troops. That's not very good. I don't know how long it's assumed these people are going to be staying overseas and fighting overseas, and how many numbers of military personnel you would need to fight a continuing war in, say, the Middle East. Certainly more than 5,000. Now, in terms of what's happening elsewhere in the public sector, certainly in the UK, we do have some attempts to measure output. In the health sector, we use what are called QALYs, quality adjusted life years. My defense equivalent would be PALYs, protection adjusted life years. But if you ask me if I got one, no, I haven't. To create QALYs was a lifetime commitment by some health economists, and they still haven't got it sorted out. But the health economists have made some attempts to measure output. I don't think it's been as successful as they claim. And then we've had values of life studies for transport, which would begin to value lives being saved and deaths being reduced through, for example, road transport improvements. So other parts of the public sector are making some efforts to measure output. Okay, next slide. There's a challenge for us, maintaining the research base in defense economics. And the problem is universities have failed in this sense, I think. They're not very good at supporting defense economics. We've got management consultancies, and they provide quick and dirty answers to questions posed by, say, ministries of defense. You know, if the Ministry of Defense or the European Commission has a major problem, it usually hires a management consultancy or a think tank such as RAND or CIPRI, because typically government economics departments, such as the Ministry of Defense, focus on quick and applied research. They lack a long-term research base. They're not interested because there's not a customer base within government departments or within ministries of defense for long-term research, expanding the frontiers of defense economics, expanding its theoretical basis. And here, sadly, I have to say that universities don't help. They're not helping, certainly not in England, and I don't think elsewhere. So a massive failing there in producing a future generation of researchers which will actually create and expand the research base in defense economics. Next slide. Another challenge there, I mentioned it earlier, and that's Norman Augustine's rising costs of defence equipment. And I've given 3 examples, all British, 1 European, but the Spitfire, unit production cost, therefore, it shows just its airframe cost there. And then the next generation following the Spitfire was a Meteor jet fighter. And I've given some unit production costs of its airframe there. You can see how costs have doubled between generations of aircraft, the Spitfire to the Meteor. Then go from the Meteor unit production cost to the up-to-date Typhoon. Again, look at the costs there, huge. So the Augustine predicted that unit costs of defense equipment, which is becoming increasingly expensive and more complex and more technically demanding, which is why it's costlier. And I talked earlier about Battlestar Galactica and Starship Enterprise. So the impact of the armed forces there and defense industry is smaller equipment numbers. Numbers are declining. You can't afford to buy many Starship Enterprises. You can't afford to buy many Typhoons. And what a Typhoon replacement is going to cost, heaven knows. Typically, Augustine said you could expect unit costs to double or more, say, every 10 years. So you're probably talking about a Typhoon being replaced at, it's nearly 100 million now, 400-500 million, probably getting into billions. And no nation can afford that. It could well be that Augustine's rising costs mean that increasingly the European nations will have to opt out of independent national defense industries and move to increasingly towards collaboration. I cannot see how Europe in the future can sustain 2 advanced combat aircraft projects. France and Germany are building a highly complex one, and Britain with Japan and with Sweden are building, and in Italy, are building Tempest, another combat aircraft. Even if they go ahead, they won't be buying very many of these. We're looking to buy 50 to 100 each. And that might be a long production run for a replacement, like a highly advanced combat aircraft. So we're moving to a future of costlier defense equipment, and that means smaller equipment numbers. It's not too long ago, my final point on this, it's not too long ago that the Royal Air Force in Britain bought 1,000 Hunter jet fighters. Nowadays, we've replaced them in the long run by about 120, 140 Typhoons. And next time around, it might be, we'll be looking to buy 50 to 100 Typhoon replacements. Next slide, please. There's another challenge. Typically, nations they review their defense spending, what we call defense reviews, where you can apply defense economics. So in the case of the UK, we can begin to assess the benefits and the costs of our worldwide role. We have a worldwide role. Is it worth it? What does it cost us? And what are the benefits? And that could be and should be a central part of any future defense review. And a future defense review can't avoid the substitution principle. Increasingly, we can think of substituting reserves for regulars, such as in air forces. We can think of maritime patrol aircraft operated by the Royal Air Force, replacing Royal Naval frigates. We can think of a strategic nuclear deterrent, replacing conventional forces. And these are not revolutionary ideas. It happens every time you look at technical progress, applying and impacting on industries, on private industry. So increasingly in private industry now, we're seeing automation, capital replacing labor. Okay, next slide. Right, blessed relief is on hand. I think this is my last slide. Data problems. Whenever I'm talking about defense economics, people say, oh, well, interesting, but we can't get any data. So we can't work in the field. There's no data. It's all security classified. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. There are good sources of data available, and I've given a major source there. SIPRI, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, publishes good time series and cross-section data by nation on military spending. It also produces a very good database on the world's top 100 arms producers. They make an original contribution there. But I recognize gaps do remain in our data, such as, and this surprised me, most nations do lack a decent database on their defense industry employment. When I wrote the book recently with Jean Berlin on the economics of the global defense industry, what surprised me was that so few countries have decent, reliable data on the employment in their defense industries. I mean, why this is a major problem, I don't know. Governments allocate defense contracts. They can simply require that all the contractors provide employment figures for their defense industries. So, but we still have a gap. Defense industry employment. We don't know how many people are employed in each of our defense industries. And then another gap, defense research and development. Difficult to get data on that, but there is something. There are databases by OECD on defense R&D. Similarly, some problems with defense exports. And then we come to the final two as examples. We know little about actual weapons costs, although in the UK and in the USA, there are very good data sources on the costs of particular projects. We in the UK have a national audit office which produces very good data on weapons costs. And then finally, I think we lack, and this is a research opportunity, we lack decent project case studies. There's no shortage of case studies, but we lack detailed economic analysis of them. And I'm thinking here of projects like the replacement for Typhoon, the future combat aircraft in Europe, Project Tempest in the UK, the costs of our aircraft carriers, the costs of the F-35. That's quite well documented. There are data on the the American F-35, but we lack similar data in other countries on the costs of their major projects. So one of my missions as editor of the journal Defense Economics and Defense and Peace Economics has been to encourage young economists to write studies of projects, or in fact, more generally, country case studies, just outlining the experience of a particular country with defense, its defense spending, its defense policies. And so I've over the years produced a set of country case studies, which I think are a means of trying to add to our knowledge of defense economics. And there, Antonia, I'll rest my case. End of story. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kisartley. Gave us a state of the art of the subdiscipline of defense economics with a very thoughtful speech, framing the limits of economic knowledge to explain organized violence and explaining peace, and the dangers of putting a price tag on the intangibles. So we now commence our period of question and answer, and please put your questions in English and be specific. And please identify yourself.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Ricardo Alves. I'm from ITD Portugal Defense, which is a Portuguese state-owned holding that deals with the defense industry. And my question is, can you please elaborate a little about how do you define defense industry? And the reason of the question is because, as you probably are aware, a lot of firms work both to civilian and military markets. And so there is always a difficulty in separating these two roles of the firms, or these two business areas of the firms. And because it is difficult, it is also difficult to know what is the employment in the defense industry, what is the R&D in defense industry, what are the sales. Maybe that part is a little bit easier, and so on. So if you can help us on that, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. A good question. And the answer is with difficulty. Definitions of defense industries. I mean, here there are two. One extreme would simply say, let's look at the suppliers of lethal equipment. By lethal equipment, we talk about that equipment which effectively kills people. It stops them being killed or it kills them. And then the other extreme, we know that increasingly we have a group of firms that are supplying equipment which is bought by defense ministries, which is not immediately lethal. It might, for example, be cyber type equipment. And therefore you get into how far do we include cyber information technology industries in a definition of defense industries. So all I would do is say, right, lay out what you define as a defense industry and then measure its sales and its employment, knowing at least you've defined it. It probably won't be comprehensive, we know that. And particularly with technical progress, we know that increasingly what were previously civil industries might now become major suppliers to defense ministries. And I'm thinking in mind here of the difficulty arising because of, say, military outsourcing. You know, in the past, it might be, say, that the armed forces train their military personnel. Nowadays, some of those activities of training can be outsourced, and private industry will train RAF pilots, for example, in the case of the UK. After all, in terms of that example of RAF pilots training Air Force pilots, all you want is a pilot. You don't want the training mechanisms and institutions. At the end of the day, you want someone who can fly a fighter aircraft or a bomber aircraft. So where that training comes from is immaterial in that sense. All you want is a trained pilot. And that complicates it even further, you know, in terms of what your defense industry is. So agreed, it's complex, but I still make the appeal for more data, sales-wise on defense sales. Much of it is available. We know, for example, how much defense, or we could know, and the defense ministries themselves know, how much defense ministries buy in the way of equipment. So it could be purchases, sales to MODs, defense ministries, become another definition of defense industries. Now, the UK has a reasonably good database. We used to have a very good one. And then in a moment of madness, the economists in the Ministry of Defence decided not to continue collecting the data. They've now started again. Because typically what tends to happen is that politicians, when they're talking about defence, quite often want some data. How many people does this industry employ? How many jobs are we creating? So that dimension does quite often encourage governments to provide defence industry employment data. But good question, and the answer is, as you've said, not easy.
Thank you, Professor. Now we are going to Porto. Johnny Reis.
Good morning, Professor. Are you hear me?
Yes.
So good morning one more time. So I'm a research fellow at Aveiro University. So my question is related to universities. So can I ask you why you say that universities are failing or not helping the studies of defense economics? Do you think that it's not a good subject to study?
No, I think that I agree with what the question you're posing. My problem will be to make sure I don't give you a rant in terms of what I think about universities. But it is a good subject to study, and it has attracted some very, very good economists. you're world class. But it's not, the subject is not very well regarded within universities. And that might well reflect the fact that it's regarded as undesirable, in that it's about life and death. Whereas I see it, it's not about life and death and killing people. It is about those things, but it's also about the future of our civilization. And it's extremely important in that one small error, for example, in the Ukrainian conflict could lead to a world nuclear war. That is horrendous. And you're right, universities should be encouraging more of their staff, more of their students to be working in this area. But I worked at the University of York, and I did actually eventually create a Centre for Defence Economics there. There were ways in which I did that, but it was a centre which established a reputation, but I never received any great financial support from the university, nor did I receive great financial support from the Ministry of Defence. The Ministry of Defence was more interested in awarding research contracts to management consultants rather than to universities. And there are probably good reasons for that, in that universities are not renowned for responding to clients who want specific research, such as defence ministries and funding by defence ministries. Although surprisingly, the sciences are much better at this. They seem more willing, more successful in attracting government funding in the field of defence. Some of the science technology challenges quite often are well funded. But we don't have many, looking around the UK, we do not have many young up and coming defence economists, which I regard as a sad reflection on universities. We don't have many courses in defence economics. I established undergraduate and graduate courses in defence economics at the University of York. They were very well attended. That's not me praising myself. It's just saying that they were. Students were interested, both undergraduate and graduates. But when I left, when I retired, the university's first reaction is, we're going to close the Centre for Defence Economics, which is not a very ambitious way of looking at trying to encourage the development of a subject. In the UK, when we faced the problem of the lack of young people, the Ministry of Defence put money into, many years ago, put money into creating defence lectureships in universities. And the condition, the terms were, we'll provide you with money for a defence lectureship if you create it, and we'll fund you for 10 years, but you must guarantee to continue funding the defence lectureship beyond 10 years. There weren't many takers. There is still a problem, and it's the critical attitude amongst some academics to defence. They don't regard it as an acceptable subject. Most of them themselves have not achieved the same level of publications and contributions to knowledge that defence economists have achieved. But I can summarize it in, I remember once I was negotiating with another university about my becoming a visiting fellow there. And I proposed that we should create a Centre for Defence Economics as part of my visiting relationship. And the immediate reaction was, no, we'll call it a Centre for Security Studies. They weren't interested in defence economics created. It does not have a very attractive reputation within English, at least English universities. The Americans perhaps are slightly better, but not wholly. So I think we have a long way to go on that one, in trying to persuade people that defence economics can make a great contribution to a university's research record and its publication record. I don't know whether that answers your question. It's a few rambling thoughts on where I think we are at the moment, which is not in a very good state.
We have one question here in front.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Professor. My question is regarding the movement that we've seen recently, like the crowdfunding of war and the challenges that this can bring to defense economics. As we have seen in the war of Ukraine, the crowdfunding for the acquisition of unmanned naval systems. Thank you very much, Professor.
This was a question from Ministry of Defense, Portuguese Ministry of Defense, Coronel Gorgulho.
Well, sorry, can you hear? Oh, right, fine. How I'd react to that is that, well, let me just go down a different route. I recently have completed a paper writing about European defense policy. And if you look at European defense policy, it appears impressive. And I say appears. I don't think it is. I know we've had the European Defence Action Plan. I know we've had a strategic compass. These are all very good on paper, but there's no funding for them. There are no forces yet in being which will actually provide a European rapid reaction force. And the numbers being talked about are trivial, are small, 5,000 troops. You know, you can't even begin a war with 5,000 troops, certainly not stop it. So I've seen a lot of progress, progress, with fancy words and fancy documents and lots of European directives. I have not seen the creation of a viable European fighting force that would be able to fight alongside NATO, or at least NATO has an established fighting force. If called upon to take part in the conflict, it can actually have troops which have been trained, which operate through a common headquarters. I don't think we're even at that stage yet within Europe. So to go back to the question, I'm not quite certain whether you're saying to me, should we provide a range of equipment to the Ukrainians? And the answer is Ukraine at the moment has limited forces. The only way in which we can get additional forces quickly is by NATO nations providing hardware and training. And it's not as impossible as the newspapers make you think. You know, I know it takes time to train, for example, a fighter pilot. And therefore people say, oh, we can't give Ukraine fighter jets. Wait a minute, Ukraine has an air force, and most of its fighter pilots or pilots are already trained and don't require years of training to be able to fly a Typhoon or an F-16. They require adaptation and some training. So I think there's a lot of myths, confusing reality in this area. My own personal view is that yes, by all means, if the Ukrainians will provide the fighting forces, let's provide them with the equipment. So I'm delighted that we're providing tanks. By we, I mean a whole set of European nations, including the UK. Whether we provide fighter aircraft, we can debate, but certainly I have no qualms about providing equipment. What I do have qualms about is whether the Europeans have got, as yet, an effective defence force, whether they've got an effective defence policy, and whether they've thought seriously about their defence industrial base. I know we have a European Defence Agency. I know we have papers that have been written about the future of European defence industries, but they've not addressed the question. And the key question really is, how do you maintain that industry in being and sustain it during troughs in design, development and production work? What happens between your Typhoon aircraft, between one generation being run down and phasing out and the next generation coming to be? How do you maintain the defence industrial base during troughs in design, development and production work? There are ways you can do it, but I don't think we've addressed that question yet. I'm not certain whether that answers your question, but there's a few thoughts on it.
Sure. So now we're going to take the two more questions in a row, please.
Good morning, Professor.
Hello.
It was a pleasure to hear you.
Thank you.
In fact, a good perspective of economic defense. You mentioned some gaps remains, and one of the things is related with defense R&D and project case studies. My question goes to what is really your assessment in terms of the projects that have been developed under the funded instruments for defense, namely the European Defence Industrial Development Programme. I don't ask you for the EDF yet because they are still going on, but the previous two projects and also including PESCO. What is your assessment of the results of these projects results? Thank you very much.
And now for the last question, we go to Porto. Coronel Marinho Pereira, por favor.
Thank you very much. I want to pass the floor to our intern on my left side. He wants to present a question.
Hi, good morning. I'm a college student studying currently criminology, and my question goes to how can we quantify the cost of life, the value of life in war and conflict? Thank you.
Let me take the two questions in order, beginning with the contribution of organizations funding packages like PESCO and so on. They're all very good. They sound very good. And that's my problem. The European Union is good at sound bites, but sound bites don't provide aircraft, tanks, warships in being as fighting forces. And I think we're a long way from creating a European-wide, European-based fighting force. And I think there's a problem of funding. There's also a problem of trust. If for example, you apply some of the simple economics, which dominate...
Your image was frozen.
Sorry?
There was a problem with the connection. Please go ahead.
All right. If you apply some economic principles to defense, like the principle which dominates international trade, which is trade based on comparative advantage, specialization by comparative advantage, and then trade. Now, applied to the armed forces, you might expect a European-wide armed force to be looking at those assets which are valuable for defense, but too costly for single nations to acquire. And the obvious ones might be nuclear forces. Others might be really elaborate strategic transport aircraft, certainly needed by any European defense force. And if you're going through the principle of comparative advantage, you might say, well, France is good at nuclear forces. Germany is good at mobile armored forces. So let's specialize. Let the Germans provide their Leopard tank forces. Let the French provide nuclear deterrence. But the problem is one of trust. Can you guarantee that in the event of a conflict, they'll all turn up? Can you if you have specialization, which, for example, requires one nation to provide specialist military transport capabilities or specialist military medical facilities, can you guarantee that in a conflict they will turn up? So I don't think it's a difficult problem, but we've not addressed that question. But I think in terms of all the fancy words in the strategic compass and the European Defence Action Plan, they're all very good. They lack funding and they lack outcomes in the way of numbers of soldiers, sailors, airmen and women on the ground, able to fight effectively in areas like Ukraine and so on. So that's my answer to the first question. The second question was about the valuation of life. Oh, yes. Good question. And there's no simple solution. But in the economics literature, there have been efforts to value life. You know, it's not just the economics profession, but the legal profession is often doing this when they award damages in, say, road accident cases or in other cases. They try to value life. So there have been examples of the value of life, of valuing life. And in the case of the UK, our Ministry of Transport has a valuation of life, which it uses in road improvement schemes. I can't recollect exactly what the valuation of a life is, but it might be £2 million, something like that. You know, valuations will differ on the methodology you use, the assumptions you make, and the lifespan which goes into your empirical work. How long do you expect a person to live? And what's the counterfactual? What would happen in the absence of, say, a war or a road accident? So a good question. I hope you start working on it, or if not, continue working on it. It certainly is a challenging one, and we ought to be doing more work in this area. And certainly the criminology field provides examples, just as a health field and the transport field provide examples of how we start to value very complex things like life. But in the Ukraine case, we've not addressed, this isn't just a valuation of life, it's the other intangibles. What valuation are we placing upon their loss of freedom? Millions of people had to leave their country and have lost their friends and families. You know, what valuation do we place on that? I think the jury is still out on that one. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Professor. Regarding the value of your contribution here, I say it's very, very high. So
thank you
very much for your contribution, and see you in another occasion. And I invite the audience to make an extra applause at the end of this intervention. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We would like to invite the audience to have a coffee break just outside the auditorium. We will reconvene in approximately 10 minutes at 11. Okay. Thank you. We will continue the seminar with the first panel of the day on European perspectives with the participation of Ok Venema from the Netherlands, Eva Zego from France, and Per Olsen from Sweden. The debate will be moderated by Professor Ricardo Ferraz, PhD in Economic and Social History by the Lisbon School of Economics and Management, ISEG, of Lisbon University, author of the books Great War and Colonial War, Costs for the Portuguese Coffers, and Development Plans of the New State, Quantification and Analysis, as well as several book chapters, working papers, and articles in international scientific journals. He is also a researcher at ISEG and Lusófona University.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I thank you for your presence here today. I start by congratulating the National Defense Institute for organizing this interesting event that addresses such an important topic in the present day. I also wish to thank the invitation to moderate this session. It is truly a pleasure to be present in this international seminar with such distinguished guests and speakers that I greet. Let's start our panel number one, European perspectives within this great theme that is defense economics. Before giving the floor to our speakers, I would like to start by saying just a few words, only a few words. I won't take more than 1 or 2 minutes. I think it is unquestionable that the topic of defense economics is an increasingly important topic for obvious reasons. I believe that peace put Europe to sleep for a long time in terms of defense. For example, if we look at the values of defense expenditure as a percentage of GDP, in the case of the average European Union, from the 60s of the last century to the present day, we will find a clear downward trend. To get a better picture, we can look specifically to the year 1960, where the expenditure of the average of the European Union meant almost 4% of the GDP. Already in the recent year of 2020, the defense expenditure was around only 1%. That's a big fall. There are also some studies, like for example, the one done recently by the consultancy McKinsey, which warns precisely to the fact that in the main European powers, defense is in fact at critical levels. So, as I told, I believe that the Europe needs to wake up and do more to protect itself. And I think that international events like this have, in a certain way, the merit of placing the issue of defense economics and investment in defense on the agenda. So after this brief introduction, I will now give the floor to our speaker, Ok Venema, from the Dutch minister. Well, Ok Venema works for the Directorate for General Policy of Netherlands Ministry of Defense. He is head of the Research, Technology Development and Innovation Unit. He is strategy advisor to the Minister on Innovation. He is also member of the NATO Science and Technology Board, the EDA R&D Board, the Defense Research Council of TNO, the Dutch Organization for Applied Research. He's been working from the MOD since '98. His postings include Director for International Affairs, Intelligence Director of the Military Intelligence Service, and defense researcher at the Netherlands Scientific Council for Government Policy. So you now have the floor. You have 20.
Okay, thank you very much. And as you have heard, I've been around for quite some time. So if I'm saying old-fashioned things, then you just think, well, he's an older guy. I'll also bring some experience to what I'm doing, and I hope I can blend it into something interesting for you this morning. Of course, if you talk about the European perspective, you have to start with some sort of a national perspective, I guess, but the way you look at Europe, like Professor Hartley before the polls also made very clear, he has a British perspective. I have a Dutch perspective. Others will also have their own perspectives, and together they will bring together a more of a European perspective. That being said, I think a lot of what's going on in our nations at the national levels also reflects and works through at the European level. But let me start by saying the Netherlands was in a very positive picture that you painted. To be honest, we also have been part of the grave mistakes over the past 20 years of slicing our budgets. We did so in a very bad way. We have neglected defense for quite some time. Luckily, since 2016-17, things are improving. And last year, our defense budget was raised. The political decision was made to raise it by 5 billion euros in the next 3 years. So it means in 2025, there will be 18 billion euros on the defense budget, which is, by the way, a huge task, because you need to find the people who can actually do all the extra work. You need to find all the actual resources to do specific things. So we are working very, very hard to make that happen. But certainly, for me, being an older person, it's a much better time to work at the MOD than, let's say, 10 or 15 years ago. And of course, there are very good, equally bad reasons for that, as Ukraine points out. Secondly, certainly Professor Hartley's introduction resonated with me, and I think this is also part of a bigger challenge, a European challenge actually, is that defense economics has not been at the very center of attention, not only by universities, also many others. In the Dutch case, for a very long time, I was involved in previous positions in explaining to the Central Planning Agency, and I know the Dutch ambassador knows the CPB, because they just simply refused to accept that Dutch spending on military hardware, buying equipment, having it developed in the Netherlands, was actually an economic activity that was and still is debated with the CPB, the Dutch Economic Planning Agency. Of course, it's not that relevant anymore, because it was part of a debate on should we spend more, also for economic reasons, but it was as bad as that, at least from my experience. And of course, the good news is things are changing, things have changed. There is a steep rise in our budget, also makes it very clear that we are around a certain corner in the Netherlands. We will achieve 2% in 2025. And actually, I think the discussion, the debate in the Netherlands and also in other NATO nations will move forward in the direction of, okay, so 2% is not enough. So there will be more on the table that is needed from the European nations in NATO. Certainly, this is what I predict that will happen. So there will be growing pressure on further rises of our defense budgets. That being said, I would like to focus for now on research, technology, development and innovation, because I think if you talk about the long-term perspective, economics, also from an economic viewpoint, this is really where attention should be, because in the Netherlands, this is also, of course, happening in other countries, is being done. If you talk about investment, defense investment in research and technology, this is the very starting point also of not only delivering capabilities, but also involving research and technology organizations, involving industry, helping them out, because this is not something that you can leave to the civil sector. If you talk about defense investments and getting the technology applied at a certain stage in weapon systems and other systems, you need this defense investments. And I'm saying that also for another reason. Yes, there is a lot about talk about emerging disruptive technologies. There's a lot of discussion about involving tech companies, and yes, it is critically important that we involve them. But still, this is the defense domain. This is not the regular civil domain. So we have to invest more in R&D as a starting point for new capabilities, and this will also help greatly our civil partners and industry partners. That being said, we will be spending specifically more in areas like AI, quantum, other areas. I can mention them all, but I won't. But clearly this is focused on the long term. We need capabilities in 10, 15 years time that will actually make a difference. So for instance, our research into hypersonics, and even if there would be Russians listening in today, one way or the other, that is not a secret, of course. Hypersonics is very high on any nation's agenda at the moment. This is a big threat. So we will be doing more research and technology development there in various areas. So we will stand up to the challenge in the coming years, the growing challenge. It is already there, of course. So apart from that, we will also be investing a lot in dual use technologies. This is not for the long term. This is actually for the short term. So this is about technologies that are available. And I'm quite sure this is the case also in Portugal, that you have interesting companies, smaller and bigger, who can actually offer technology that needs some changes to be applicable in the military domain, but it's there. For instance, if you talk about ICT, it's very clear that if you talk about information-driven armed forces, if you take about the support of decision-making, for instance, communications, you have to think beyond. You have to think beyond traditional defense companies, or you need to connect to traditional defense companies. But it's quite clear that dual use is very promising and very important. So against that backdrop, the Netherlands will from this year on invest structurally in our innovation centers with a structural budget for concept development and experimentation, with a lot of emphasis on smaller companies, small and medium enterprises, to get successful concepts developed which can be upscaled and put into production and into military use. And this is clearly something that needs to be done for another reason as well, because we have very, very long production cycles. If you want to have a new frigate, for instance, and I know many nations will have new frigates in some near or more distant future, including Portugal, I believe. So that will take 10, 15 years minimum to have this in place with new systems put on them. At the same time, let me give you another example. If you talk about the problem of mines, in this of sea mines, we have underwater vehicles, we have drones available. So actually we already have a lot of systems in the civil domain that can be applied for military use. So you can improve your act there in a much shorter period of time, including modernizing these systems at a certain stage. So dual use is of growing importance next to more traditional R&D. And by the way, what I'm saying is also, I believe, applicable to the European context, but I will return to that in a moment. Now, one thing we also put a lot of emphasis on is what we call ecosystems. And I am a bit of an older person, so I've disliked the word for a long time. I have to be honest. You know, ecosystems, it sounds very green. At some stage, you know, it's also doing very bad things with military hardware. But that being said, I have grown to like ecosystems because it reflects the need to work very, very closely together with big companies, with small companies, with universities, even with people who work in very, very small companies, just starting up. Because this is the way, bringing these people together to develop ideas as fast as you can, and also connecting to other players who can scale up or by any other means can help the Ministry of Defense out. More in particular, it also means the acknowledgement of the fact that ministries of defense, armed forces, or whatever you want to call them, cannot do it on our own. And this is certainly also a cultural thing, in the sense that we have a strong past of doing everything ourselves and believe that we can find the best solution. And even these days, I told you this morning in the car, we had a short conversation. If the military is now talking about open innovation, but open innovation is not explaining into detail what you want. So we still have some way to go. So you can explain what kind of effect you need, or what kind of impact you want to make. But these ecosystems are very, very important to create an environment, to create a culture where we can truly cooperate and achieve things faster. Because that is very, very necessary from our point of view. And it's also introducing these new technologies, well, they're not that new anymore, but for instance, like AI, introducing them in the military domain. We need more outsiders to implement that and connect to our major weapon systems and the smaller systems as well. So this notion of strengthening ecosystems is very strongly embedded in Dutch policy. And by the way, you see also this happening at the European level, which is a good thing, I think. I would like to mention specifically one, and we are very proud of it, so this is also why I'm mentioning, so sorry about that, but I think an excellent example of an old-fashioned ecosystem we have in the Netherlands, that's Thales, the Ministry of Defense, and TNO. You may be aware of the fact that Thales produces world-leading sensor systems. You know, we can even outbeat the US in testing, which is awesome, of course, if you can achieve that kind of a result. And we have been able to export a lot of those systems, and Thales and all kinds of subcontractors. It's really thousands of jobs in the Netherlands. So this is actually also a way of looking at defense economics, that you can have a spin-off if you have very good and specific things that you can offer for your defense and those of others. You can also actually make a living out of that. I'm also saying that to the colleagues of the CPB. I mentioned that earlier on, of course. So looking back at where we are for a moment in the Netherlands, is we see this strong need for extra money putting into R&D. We have putting more emphasis on dual use innovation, also including that as part of our military system. And we want to strongly invest in ecosystems. And by the way, we already have quite some interesting and promising ecosystems. First and foremost with technical universities who are very good at new technologies. So we are now working very, very closely with them to achieve actual results. And to end, you may ask a question, so where do you put emphasis on? What is it about? Well, it's not just simply about the next generation of weapons systems, which is, of course, and will always remain an important center of gravity for your investment. But for instance, it also has a lot to do with becoming energy self-sufficient. It's very clear that we are part of a broader Netherlands agenda, and all the ministries, including the Ministry of Defense, is being told we have to be carbon neutral well, I think it was already in 2030, and there will be certain exemptions. For instance, you cannot have a frigate and then a huge tanker behind it with methanol or something like that. But in many other situations, certainly military establishments in the Netherlands itself, we have to green all these kind of activities and locations. So energy there is a strong emphasis on energy in our R&D and innovation agenda. For instance, and I guess it's the same in many other countries, if you talk about our demography, it's not helping us. In the Netherlands, it's not, and I guess in many, many other nations, with a growing elderly part of the population, less and less people becoming available on the labor market. So we need to reduce the amount of labor in our armed forces. And yes, we put a lot of emphasis on that, also growing emphasis on that in our research and innovation, also in dual use innovation, as a matter of fact. And already mentioned ICT, it's very clear that data and how to deal with huge amounts of data and the algorithms that you need for them is critically important, not just for military decision making, but also for logistics and many other areas. So this is also where, and this is what I finally want to say on this from the Netherlands perspective. This is also why in our R&D and innovation policy, we put a lot of emphasis on push and pull. Let me explain that for a moment. We talk about technology push. So use the new technologies and improve technologies wherever you can. At the same time, let's not forget about the capability pull, because you need, in the long term, you have a specific idea on your forces. And of course, they differ from country to country. In Portugal, in the Netherlands, in France, there are specific national demands and requirements. You cannot leave them out. Yes, you have to be interoperable. Yes, you need to standardize to a large extent, but nevertheless, at the end of the day, to get the army you need, to get the navy you need in 15, 20 years time, you need as the push as well as the pull. So this is certainly that we always ask ourselves, are we not hanging on to legacy equipment or ideas for too long a time? And at the same time, does it fit in our future force or not? So I've told you a lot already, but I think this is also the time to turn to the European or international side of things, because for me, European perspectives also mean including NATO perspectives, because I want to stay away a bit from Professor Hartley's views on whether or not we have an actual European force or will have that in a short time. It will remain for a long time in the national domains, our actual forces. And yes, we need to have the very best forces we can that can be put to work in an EU or NATO context. And as a matter of fact, if we look at specific policies on the EU and NATO side, they are both helpful to further this cause. Looking at the NATO side of things, I would like to mention the NATO Innovation Initiative. And of course, some of you may know that we now have the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, which actually for 99% will be on the European side of NATO, with strong involvement of many ecosystems, by the way. That's very interesting. So NATO is really looking into this and putting some money into this. And of course, we have also got the NATO Innovation Fund, which will be set up later this year, also investing especially in startups and bigger companies aiming at new technologies. On the European side, of course, we also have got the EDF, the European Defence Fund, which is critically important for the further development of ecosystems and furthering collaboration, and indeed strengthening the European defense technological industrial defense base. And these are all developments, by the way, that the Netherlands is connected to, is making a lot of progress there from a financial perspective, but also from a point of view of getting actually funding for projects that we are involved in. And of course, this also brings me now to Ukraine. I think this brings something new to the table. And of course, this is kicking in an open door, but nevertheless, I have to. Looking forward, there is now much more pressure on rationalizing production, speeding up production. So from my perspective, there is a growing pressure to actually work together. It's also simply a matter of who has the capacity to build what. So there will be a strong pressure. And from my point of view, of course, it's the wrong reason. It's terrible what's going on there. But Ukraine will certainly speed up these processes in the European context. I am convinced of that. Now turning to the European perspective, and of course what I said earlier on, I think is applicable to the European context as well, in the sense that yes, major weapon systems will be produced in the military by the traditional companies, but yes, we need more dual use. Yes, we need new technologies. So that's all applicable, I guess. That's my belief at least. But from the European perspective, I would like to mention a couple of obstacles that need to be removed and are being removed. I'm a bit more optimistic than Professor Hartley, but nevertheless, you need to mention those obstacles. Rules and regulations, and also part of a culture that we are now leaving behind us. Until very recently, there was a ruling in the making that forbids banks and investment funds actually to invest in defense companies. That is a bit strange, very understandable from a point of view 10, 15 years ago. Defense was bad at that time, or something that we need to get rid of. But unfortunately, it has come back to us. We need to defend ourselves. And so this has stopped this development at the European level. There will now be a different approach. There are changes already on a very positive note. For instance, if you talk about the European Investment Bank, that is now opening up to security projects, not exactly defense projects, but it is an important first step. By no means as equally important, or even more important, there is a trend. The Commission is aware of the fact that your Horizon Europe needs to be opened up for defense research. And certainly one country that for historical reasons was always opposed to that, Germany, and for good reasons, of course, also is now leaving this position. This cannot be the case. So this is something that is going to change. Of course, one of the big changes that is needed is only possible if you have a new European treaty. I don't know how many of you are aware of the fact that the ministers of defense have no regular own, they come together. Yes, it's true, but it's always as part of the bigger foreign ministers picture. So they're not part, there's not, for instance, like a transport or a home affairs. There's not a defense council with the same actual way it works. And this is also something that needs to be changed. And I'm convinced this will be changed when there will be a new treaty. Of course, we don't know when there will be a new treaty, but certainly the Commission is already looking at the very, very borders of what can be done within the current treaty, and this will be changed in the future. So that, from a European perspective, these are very, very important things that are changing. Nevertheless, big challenges remain. Certainly, and the Netherlands is a bit in between, I guess. We are not necessarily small or non-producing nations, but if you look at the big producers of military hardware, of course, we need to find a way to have everybody involved. I don't know how many of you are involved in all kinds of actual discussions relating to R&D or innovation, but clearly we are in the Netherlands in a much better position than, for instance, Romania or Slovakia. And of course, we have to understand that, like with everything else in the European Union, and it's at NATO, it's the same question that we need to answer. Everybody needs to be around the table. So we have to find ways to involve everybody. At the same time, we need to rationalize our production. So against that backdrop, FCAS, main battle tank, other developments are pointing in the right direction, but we have to find a way to have everybody, to get everybody on board. So against that backdrop, I would like to now to finish my already for quite some time I've been talking. So what I would like to stress is I am an optimist, not necessarily by nature. I was raised in a Protestant family, and so that's always looking at a bit of the difficult side of things. But I am an optimist. Things are going in the right direction. We know where we want to be at in the next decade, so to speak. And of course, it's going to be for the long haul what we are talking about. This is not something that we are going to fix in 5 or 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Venema, for the interesting presentation. Now I will give the floor to our speaker, Eva Zezgo. She was born in Paris and holds a master's in development economics. Currently, she is in the second year of a PhD program in defense and innovation economics, founded by the French Minister of Defense at the Applied Economics Unit, Institut Polytechnique of Paris. The PhD thesis topic is the study of dual innovation systems and the development of tools allowing international comparisons and development of decision support tools for the management of these ecosystems at the national level. Eva is also a teaching assistant at University in Sorbonne, Paris 1, France. Portugal is no stranger to Dr. Eva Zezgo, since she was on an Erasmus program at the Universidade Católica Portuguesa in 2017.
Thank you. So my presentation is going to be more academic, I guess. So I'm going to present you a concept that we use a lot in my laboratory to work on innovation process in defense economies. So it's a knowledge-based approach to defense. So I'm just giving you some context. So before the 90s and during the Cold War, we have an increase of military expenditures. It was a period of arms race and with the domination of military R&D in innovation. And after the end of the Cold War, to deal with the decrease in military expenditure and the decline in military demand, one of the reactions was to encourage defense companies to turn into to the civilian market in order to find new outlets. So we have an intensification of civil R&D and the ICT revolution. And facing with increasing technological complexity, particularly since the 20s, defense companies have undertaken a movement toward technological diversification. So defense system producers have begun to integrate new technology from the civilian markets, such as microcomputing, biotechnologies, or artificial intelligence. So since the 90s, defense companies need this duality to improve their technological performance and economic performance. So I'm going to focus a little bit on France and the R&D in French defense companies. So beginning in the 50s, defense policy, which focused on achieving strategic and technological autonomy, relied on large, usually public national defense groups. Until the early 90s, French defense firms still achieved more than half of the business R&D expenditure and received almost all direct public R&D funding. But we have two major changes that have a strong impact on defense firms since the late 80s. The first is the changes regarding R&D financing, and the second changes is linked to technological and demand change. So first, for R&D financing changes, we had the reform of the French Defense Procurement Agency in 1997. So this reform led to a decrease of defense equipment purchases and a reduction of direct public funding. We have also new opportunities which were created in financial markets. So we have a creation of new market production or institution dedicated to the financing of innovation in the private sector, but also in the public sector. And finally, in 2004, in France, we have an increase of research tax credit, so reinforcement of indirect public funding. So defense companies in France have become less dependent on direct public financing. So these changes observed over the period largely explain the way French defense firms have repositioned themselves. So first, we have a change in financing structure. I'm sorry, I missed a point. I'm sorry, I'm very stressed. Okay, so we have also technological and domain changes. Okay, so the technological complexity brought by the mass implementation of ACT in weapon system, because knowledge and capabilities are increasingly widely distributed, the design and the development of an armament program requires the cooperation of both public and private sectors. We have also market globalization, which coincide with a decrease in global defense expenditure, a demand progressively driven by Asia, Middle East, and Oceania, and also budget constraints in European countries, which have led to industrial restructuring in the early 90s. This restructuring gave rise to a growth in the size of defense firms, smaller state participation, and a more significant valuation for defense firms of financial markets. So the analysis of their R&D and innovation activities demonstrates in particular their ability to adapt the funding of their R&D, to maintain their research capabilities, and develop new strategies for innovation. So we have a change in the financing structure for R&D activity. Their financing structure is still based on 3 foundations, so direct public financing, own financing, and other financing. The reinforcement of own financing and other means of funding enables defense firms to strengthen their autonomy and reduce their financial dependence to the Ministry of Defense. However, direct public funding from the Ministry of Defense covers basically R&D, military R&D, while all other types of funding are more oriented towards civil and dual R&D. This related diversification strategy also makes self-financing of R&D easier. So companies tend to finance more on equity when the technological sales base increases as the result of collaboration between civil and military markets. We have also a diversification of their R&D and innovation, mostly for commercial development. So some defense firms resorted to strategic diversification of their activity on adjacent markets. So companies try to place themselves in a number of markets with a potentially significant technology product synergy. We have also a growing use of outsourcing for R&D linked to highly specialization. So this is a consequence of new industrial reorganization progressively introduced since the 90s. Large defense firms will position their activities in the key function of system integration, and they externalize the R&D associated with technological components to the specialty suppliers that are able to perform in their domain. And finally, we have a change in the management of intellectual property rights with an increase of patent application from French defense companies compared to civil companies. So I'm going to present you a little bit the knowledge-based approach. So the knowledge-based approach enables us to analyze the innovation process in the field of defense. The economics and management of innovation have developed a lot of analytical models that make possible to understand the complexity of the innovation process. This approach is constructed on the relationship between knowledge and innovation, and this relationship exploits a key idea of Schumpeter that innovation results from combination and recombination of existing elements. The research process identifies knowledge that can be linked to generate a new one. So this concept makes it possible to study the arrangement of knowledge within an organization. So the knowledge base is composed of 2 distinct elements. The first one is the knowledge bricks, which are the smallest unit of knowledge, and the knowledge architecture, which has a link between this knowledge brick. We use a definition given by Anderson and Clark because it considers both the individuality and diversity of knowledge and the ability of company to combine knowledge and enrich the knowledge base. So for a company to produce an innovation from a knowledge brick, it must not only master it, but also be able to articulate it with the other knowledge it has. So the innovation process is built on 2 characteristics which define the innovation process. The first is the correlational. So the development of new knowledge multiplies the possible combination and recombination between them, and the cumulative characteristic. So on the one hand, the more a company masters knowledge, the more it can acquire and produce new knowledge. On the other hand, it is not possible to acquire certain knowledge if you don't have without mastering the knowledge on which it is based. And we have two components for technological innovation, so the knowledge bricks and the knowledge architecture. So it's common to say that defense innovation is different from civil innovation. Some technologies are, if it's not specific to the field of defense, are very largely dominated by this field of application. Nevertheless, these technologies represent a very small part of defense innovation. Indeed, a large part of defense technological specificities seem to be based more on specific performance requirements and original knowledge-based organization. So according to Anderson and Clark, weapon system will be distinguished more by an architectural knowledge adapted to military specificity than by the mobilization of component knowledge specific to defense. This approach to innovation makes possible to consider the proximities between defense companies from the original angle of knowledge rather than from the angle of the industrial sector, which is too restrictive to study defense. Indeed, the production of armament ranging from missiles or satellites to submarines or ships. So we note three capacities which influencing the knowledge architecture within defense companies. The first capacity is a strategic one. So by long product development cycle and by the need to maintain orphan and or obsolete skills required for military mission, makes long-term strategic reason a common feature of the field of defense. The second capacity is a project management capacity. So in the case of defense companies, the competence linked to the project organization are strongly influenced by the particular relationship between defense companies and the client states, but also by the large number of actors which are in production and innovation process. And the third capacity is the functional one. So in order to create a customized high-tech product, company must have an evolving base of scientific and technological knowledge and skills. So this technological diversity within defense company goes hand in hand with the issue of technological duality. These three specificities taken individually are not the exclusive prerogative of defense sphere, but their combination with the same production process makes them a particularly relevant subject of studies for the economic of innovation. And this characteristic affect the way knowledge is combined to produce innovation and justify our interest in analyzing the difference between civil and defense company architectural knowledge. So to measure this knowledge base, we use a coherence indicator. So this notion of coherence of the company's knowledge base refers to the idea that the combination of related knowledge enables innovation. So the theoretical concept of coherence emerged in the 90s through the work of Tiss and al., who thought to understand the relevance of firm diversification strategy by analyzing the coherence of the association skills. The knowledge base of a company is considered coherent when its knowledge is complementary. So the more a diversified firm combines commonly articulated competencies, the more coherent a firm is. This means that diversification is the result of the exploitation of synergies between complementary resources available to the firm. So the construction of this indicator is based on the exploration-exploitation dilemma highlighted by March. So here we have the three main coherence indicators that we calculated. If the global coherence, so this is the consistency of the knowledge connection made by the firm with respect to practices in the overall technological landscape. We have the exploitation indicator, so exploiting already known synergy between companies' resources in order to increase the link between them, and the exploration indicators, exploration of new link between the company's resources whose synergistic potential has not yet been identified and which may lead to an unusual combination of resources. So to calculate this coherence indicator, we use patent data. So patent data can be used as a proxy of technological innovation. They are intellectual property rights that provide protection in one or more countries. Patents are a very valuable source of information about sectoral, technological, geographical distribution of invention. So here you have an example of a patent document, and you have as information applicants and inventors. So in this case is Boeing with a list of inventors. You can have also information about the localization, description of the innovation. But what is the most interesting for us is the technological classes, which are just here, but you can see it. Okay, so technological classes. So patents are classified into technological classes according to the technical field of innovation they are contributing to. They are categorized in standardized technological classes. It makes possible to measure firms' technological innovation as a quantity. But more important, it makes possible to examine which technological knowledge firms mobilize in order to produce technological innovation and allow us to calculate coherence indicators. So in the knowledge bricks correspond to technological classes, and knowledge architecture are the link between these technological classes. So to measure this coherence indicator, we have two steps. The first is a measure of the technological link between each technological class contained in the patents. And after that, we obtain a co-occurrence matrix. A co-occurrence matrix is a matrix which counts the number of times two technology classes are referenced in the sample patents. And after that, we can calculate an indicator from this co-occurrence matrix. So to be more clear, to be clearer, I'm going to present you some application and results from study from my laboratory. So this first studies, we try to analyze how the specificities of military production influence the knowledge architecture within companies. So we use the coherence indicators to evaluate the impact of the specificities of the defense sector on the knowledge architecture of defense companies. So what we can find is that defense companies seem to be both more exploratory of original technological combination and more exploitative of usual links than civilian companies. So here you have the table of results. So we can see that exploitation indicator and exploration indicators are higher in the defense sector, okay? So these two tables highlight the fact that the specificities of military production effectively affect the innovation process of defense companies by affecting the knowledge architecture. In this second studies, we try to evaluate the dual potential of a technology by measuring the similarity of the civil and defense knowledge architecture. So we focus on companies producing drones. So we use the coherence indicator to evaluate this dual potential. So the result shows that each coherence indicator has a high score, and the difference between these two indicators is very small. So the knowledge architecture is similar from the civil and military environment. So civil and defense companies can collaborate in the framework of technological exploration in order to propose new development paths around this technological system. So the companies of the drone system, there is a strong common knowledge base for which civilian and defense companies can collaborate. In the last article, we try to evaluate what link do French defense aerospace companies establish between their technological diversity and the organization of their R&D. So we use the coherence indicators in this case to analyze innovation activities of this aerospace defense company. So the result shows that a French firm with a diversified technological base has a greater innovation potential. So the more technologies company masters, the more they explore and the less they exploit. So technological diversity can mitigate rigidities and past dependency by accelerating the firm's rate of invention. And finally, what is your ongoing project? We try to study the evolution of the use of artificial intelligence technology by the defense sector. So we analyze the co-evolution of co-occurrences between defense technologies and artificial intelligence technologies. And we are trying to see if defense has introduced artificial intelligence technology before other sectors. In the same way as the Fauconnet 2020, the first article, we try to see if the specificities of defense impact the integration process of artificial intelligence technologies compared to other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva Zesco, for your very interesting presentation. I will now give the floor to our last speaker, Per Olsen. Per Olsen is a senior researcher at FOA's Department of Defense Economics with an experience of more than 8 years. His areas of expertise are defense spending and military equipment supply. Per holds a master's degree from Lund University in international economics with focus on China.
Thank you. Do I have a clicker for my presentation? Yes. Swedish defense industry.
Defense industry.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Ricardo. Thank you so much for the invitation here at National Defense Institute. I'm going to talk a bit about Swedish defense industry, where we are, our history, and where we are at right now. We call it reinvention, invention and renaissance or retreat. As said, I'm a defense economist. I always, to perhaps Professor Hartley's joy, present myself as a defense economist whenever I have the opportunity. We're part of the defense analysis department at FOI. So FOI is a Swedish defense agency with about 1,200 or so people, but a large agency. Most of us are technicians and engineers, do stuff like nuclear, biological, and chemical research, or rather protection against that, detection. Also people working with explosives, weapon testing. And then we have our division, which is about 180 or so people, defense analysis. And of that, about 30 of us are defense economists. Most of the other people in defense analysis are security policy researchers and military strategy researchers. So the historical background of Swedish defense industry is that we started to, well, actually it goes back several centuries. We, in the 17th century, Bofors started making, or the Iron Works started making cannons to wage war in Europe, the 30 Years' War. I'm not sure we were engaged against Portugal, but I'm sure that some Spanish and Swedish forces clashed somewhere in Germany. Anywho, but the modern Swedish defense forces, defense industry started with World War II. And as a build-up in response to the war, of course, a lot of imports to cover up the initial sort of build-up of that, but then started to build industrial and governmental capacities. During the Cold War, that might be the heydays of Swedish defense industry. As you know, Sweden and Switzerland, some confuse those two countries, but for this purpose, both were neutral during the Second World War and kept a policy of non-alignment during the Cold War. This meant to be credible as a non-aligned force, we need to make our own stuff. You can't say that we're neutral and then buy everything from the US or the Soviet Union. So we had to build up and maintain our own defense industrial capabilities. Almost near complete self-sufficiency. I think that we imported helicopters, and this led to a very, some very unique solutions also for our defense, but it became very national in nature. And we actually had a very low degree of export dependency. Sweden as a large defense exporter is something that happens after the Cold War. So you see, well, examples here are the Draken combat aircraft and also the Stridsvagn S, or the S tank, which the famous hull-less, turretless tank of the Cold War. The philosophy was just to hunker down behind a hill and shoot the Soviets when they come. Speaking of that, neutrality doesn't mean that we didn't know who was the enemy. Like, we prepared. I remember this because, you know, both my father, I'm adopted, by the way. If you think that all Swedes are tall, blonde guys, and then you see this, you can be sort of surprised. But my father's naturally born Swede. When he made military service, you know, he said that all the exercises, the enemy always came from the east for some reason. And I remember when I did my military service, they still came from the east. So this the thing I was asked to talk about the triple helix, and I actually had to, well, what is that in a Swedish context? I had to Google it. Do we have a triple helix? Yes, we do. And it looks like other triple helixes. We don't just use the term in Sweden so much. We actually call it the Swedish model, quite sort of self-obsessed, but I think that this is a phenomenon that goes again, comes again for all nations that have a defense industry. For us, it looks something like this. The government is the three sort of in the defense family. That's the armed forces, the FMV, that's the material acquisition agency, and then us, FOA, the defense research agency. Established during the Cold War, the thing was, I mean, the reasoning was that this family should, you know, the armed forces make the demands, the FMV sort of executes those demands, and FOI helps with the research of those systems and supports industry in close cooperation with the national defense industry, such as companies such as Saab, Bofors, and Hägglunds, and other companies. And this was sort of a seamless work to you know, the armed forces made clear what they wanted, and the industry told what they could produce, and was quite close cooperation also with the academia, the universities, civil universities, institutes, and also the FHS, that's the Swedish Defense College or university, and also various laboratories. So again, to repeat, and this is something that we talked about several times, and Eva talked about it recently, we all made similar journeys here. Decreased defense spending after the Cold War, and as particularly, I would say, decreased spending in R&D. Also, as Professor Hartley was, decreased equipment volumes. This is the Augustine problem. We chose quality over quantity. In Sweden, as in many other countries, which meant a dramatic drop in the number of equipment systems. Meanwhile, we also maintained a broad range of capabilities. So we kept tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, submarines, aircraft. This further means that we had to spread our shrinking defense expenditure on very, very few systems for each of these types. It was a conscious choice, but it was difficult at times when the budget shrank. I think for the defense industry, there are three major trends here: privatization, consolidation, and internationalization. So privatization, Sweden sold the last state-owned company, Celsius, back in the 2000. Consolidation, well, it's national consolidation mostly. It's a concentration of the defense industry to Saab. It's one of those national champions that Professor Hartley talked about. Saab is our mini version of BAE. And speaking of BAE, internationalization, we also allowed for foreign ownership after the Cold War for the first time. And that was BAE, eventually BAE's ownership of Bofors and Hägglunds and parts of them. The guys making the artillery pieces and the infantry fighting vehicles. And also an increased dependency on exports. So this is the time where Sweden, I don't remember the exact year, but somewhere in the 2000s, we were the largest exporter of arms per capita, which kind of is ironic when you see that Sweden's foreign policy is built on peace among nations. I think it doesn't work. Yes, thank you. So during this period, we also have a reform of relationship between the armed forces. I mean, this was the time we were supposed to be lean, we're supposed to save money, budgets were shrinking. So there was sort of reforms here in the relationship, the new public management theory, to create sort of customer facilitated supplier relationship between the armed forces, the FMV and the industry. This weakened the link between the agencies. It was a conscious move to increase the distance between the government agencies and the defense industry. It's customer supplier. It's not this tightly knit network. People were tired a bit of this sort of family thinking where the industry almost told the Swedish government what they could supply, and then all of a sudden the government bought that. That was out, and now we were supposed to be more business minded. And it had its advantages. I mean, the old model was flawless by any means, but it also had its fair disadvantages, as we will see. The armed forces and FMV also implemented a new equipment supply strategy in 2017, which emphasized very much cost reduction and off-the-shelf procurement. For a nation which has a large defense industry, well, all of a sudden we were supposed to scour the market and buy off the shelf as a first choice. So the helix became kind of fractured during this period. I wouldn't say it broke by in any sense. Sweden kept buying mostly Swedish equipment. Nevertheless, it sort of diminished the, very consciously so, diminished the links between those actors. And all of a sudden things turned back again. For Sweden, I think that many countries have the similar journey, but they was set different dates on when it all shifted. We heard that France was back in the 2000s. For us, I would say, was Crimea. Georgia was not the wake-up call we took it to be, but Crimea was definitely the wake-up call for Sweden. It reversed the trend with decreasing military spending, and now we say we were going to go towards 1.5% of GDP. And during this period, combat aircraft, underwater systems, and critical parts of the C4ISR was identified as national security interests. Particularly, we haven't really defined yet what that means, but some sort of extra attention and support Ukraine, if Crimea was the wake-up call, then Ukraine was the alarm bells. Now Sweden has, this is a dramatic change for our country, pledged to go to 2% of GDP and also applying for NATO membership. It's a seismic shift, Swedish defense policy. And we are also implementing a new material supply strategy to address issues like security of supply and how to address the domestic defense industry in this new environment. Again, you can see how Swedish defense spending has developed. First, we had the peace dividend, Crimea, and now we have invasion. As I said, many countries will find this quite familiar, a familiar picture, but for us, this was quite very dramatic shift. It's also the popular opinion in Sweden right now is very supportive of investing in the military. But as I try to explain, this is just not, because no one asks why is all this money going right now. But it's also a lot of catch up. I mean, as you see, this downward trends create a lot of needs that weren't really taken care of. So a lot of the money we are investing in right now will have to go to address those issues. Sweden has also, as I said, still a very high degree of self-sufficiency. This is D means that it's domestically developed and produced. And for a country of our size and defense budgets, it's quite unique to have a profile that's more similar to France or Germany in how the main weapon systems that we produce ourselves. We still have aircraft, IFVs, howitzers, corvettes, submarines. And this is, as I said, fairly unique for a country of our size. But this shouldn't hide that our self-sufficiency has decreased, especially when it comes to components. So for instance, the Gripen aircraft has American engines, and I think it's an Italo-British radar. It's at least made by Leonardo. And we do import some systems like tanks and the Finnish APCs. So currently it's about maintenance and procurement. We are procuring or acquiring about 60 years Gripen E version, upgrading our Visby corvettes, acquiring 2 Blekinge submarines, and upgrading about 100 or so of our tanks. We call them Stridsvagn 122, but it's actually a German Leopard 205, sorry. We also pledged to donate about 10 or so of them to Ukraine. That's what I said, 100. We have about 120 of them. And also upgrading several hundreds of the CV-19. Actually, one of the export successes of Sweden, we sold them to the Netherlands, among others. And also Archer, the self-propelled howitzer, which has so far not yet been an export success. So it comes to re-establishing a new triple helix, and that would require an increased intergovernmental coordination, re-establishment of strengthening of the links between the government and the industry, as well as the government and academia. But it's also new dimensions. I mean, we live in a new reality, and here again comes the European perspective. We need to strengthen research partnerships with Europeans, and ADF will be a vehicle for that. The same thing with other international partners, third-party partners, but also industrial partnership. This is extremely important. It's a bit tricky because some of these companies are competitors, but they also work together in several fields. And then again comes the NATO membership. So some concluding remarks to this. Yes, this is a new version of the old triple helix, requiring more national coordination and international cooperation. EDF can bring us together, also on a national level. It forces us together again to think in a long-term strategic manner. The new equipment supply strategy can provide guidelines for this new era and increased focus on national defense. NATO membership, question mark, depending on Mr. Erdogan. will likely also change our national calculations. The question is also, is this too little too late? I think it's not just a Swedish question, but a European question. A lot of catching up to do after decades of stagnation. And meanwhile, countries such as China and the US have been pacing steadily forward. Do we need to make tough choices, and I mean we, Sweden as a nation, to find our niches or keep this broad scope that we have had so far? And what are our priorities going forward? I don't think that the government has actually decided on this. And it's not uniquely Swedish questions. I think that many of these tough choices are also on a European level. What are our niches, and how should nations position themselves? And we've touched upon this several of the speakers before. So thank you very much. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Per Olsen, also for your interesting presentation. I will now open a small space of 20 minutes for questions and answers. So questions. Start here. Here.
Where? So thank you very much for this excellent panel you have offered us. I have one question for each speaker. So I would start with Eva. You have referred on the coherence indicators that those companies which were more diversified in terms of technology were the ones that with the highest ability to lend that diversification to produce new technologies. And my question is, are those also the companies which are able to respond to the armed forces needs, in the sense of now the cycles of production are necessarily shorter? Are those the companies also able to do that and to ensure that from innovation to production to delivery in military units, in the sense of adjusting to that smaller cycles from innovation to delivery? So that would be one. Perhaps I ask everything in a row. It's faster. And to Auke, I would ask the following. Reading the latest Netherlands defense strategy, it seems to me that there is a paradigm shift from the Dutch government towards European defense. And my question was if this is also followed by innovation and technology. Are the thinkers and the doers also following this trend? And how much and with what? And to Per, I would ask the following. You have referred something very interesting. Sweden is a neutral, used to be a neutral country, self-sufficient defense producer. What would you say would be the best added value that Sweden can give in the framework of European defense, and eventually, if everything goes well, in the context of NATO? Thank you.
So thank you for your question. Actually, this is something we try to measure, but it's quite difficult. We want to introduce this dimension of capabilities to produce, and we try also like to measure if startup or civilian companies can enter in the defense sector, and if they have the capabilities to produce, even if they have technologies. We don't know if they can like follow all the processes, which is quite hard. This is what we have said early, but we don't know how. If you have ideas or something, we don't know how we can measure or take in account this capabilities process. But we are trying to think about that. It's quite difficult. As Please Hartley this morning, we have a lot of data. This is very difficult, and even more for technologies in defense.
A paradigm shift. I would say the amount of extra spending in the Netherlands on defense, it is also like in Sweden, started after 2015-16, but now it's really become a common understanding within Netherlands politics from left to right that we need to actually do a lot more. So I would say the paradigm shift is there. I don't think the paradigm shift is as much as a choice between NATO or EU or all on the European card. Although I can confirm that, yes, there is a lot more emphasis on European collaboration than, let's say, 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. And the way I see it, this is part of a bigger picture. You know, this is not just defense politics, it's the overall position of the Netherlands. And I think some major influences have been there, like the Brexit, clearly repositioning the Netherlands to a more European position, I guess. We are still hard on spending money like other northern countries, but you see many other areas that there is this gradual change. So I think it's part of that. There's also a common European understanding that after the Trump years, yes, we have Biden now, but clearly we need to think about the long term, being able more to act on our own. So this is not a choice against the US or NATO, but there is a stronger emphasis from that perspective. And indeed, the sense of urgency is there because Netherlands, like other European countries, certainly since Ukraine, but already before that, is working harder on making European deals. If you look at our defense industry strategy, other stuff, it's quite clear that Europe has become has got much more attention than in the past. At the same time, NATO is as important as ever, and so and that's not to shy away from a difficult policy question, because I really don't think it is that much of a policy question. It's quite clear from a military point of view, from a logistics point of view, from a command structure point of view, that NATO will be critical for many, many years to come. And this is also about the security guarantee, Article 5. And of course, Per, I cannot speak for Sweden, Per will, but clearly why Sweden and Finland want to join NATO, and there are already prominent EU members, it also makes the case for NATO clear. But yes, there is certainly a trend. Now going to your second question, so what would it mean for R&D and innovation, specifically this European trend? I dare to say not that much, because if you look at Dutch R&D, we are already very, very much connected to many nations for a long time. I think 7 or 8 more specifically. We've got all kinds of MOU R&D collaboration going on. NATO, of course, has not many people are aware of it, a very long-standing research program with hundreds of activities and with hundreds of scientists participating. So this is also something that we are now doing more in that area. And of course, I mentioned this before, EDF has become more important. So we now have allocated money for EDF research, capability development in support of Dutch companies and RTOs. So there's certainly a recognition and also support for Europe doing more. And part of it is not as so very attractive, I guess, but really, and I can say that being 60, looking 20 years ago, we were setting up EDA, the European Defence Agency, and it was like a little fortress, a little island with all the bridges up. And right now, if I look at the European Union, the Commission is everywhere, going to the max to strengthen the industrial base, the defense technological industrial base. So that is really where I think where the real paradigm shift has occurred. A complete change of nature of the European collaboration. Like I said, this is still something for the long term, because I truly believe that we need a treaty change to embrace defense to the full extent, and that will happen at some stage, but I guess not now, partly because everybody busy with other things. But certainly the EDF program, and also now opening up Horizon Europe, this is where the real changes are, and they will occur. And one of the good things about the European Commission is that it is a very good, strong bureaucracy. So things take time, but it's done being very, very thoroughly. And this is where the change is going to be. And so this is part of a paradigm shift, but not like this or this. It's focused on the long term. And certainly the Netherlands is part of that. Thank you.
Thank you for that interesting question. I think the Swedish debate has mostly been on how can NATO help us, but it's interesting for us to think about how can we help NATO. I think that I will begin in that area. Of course, security provisions in the Baltic Sea. I'm forced to think about this. Sweden has a rather large air force. We have, as I said, acquiring about 60 modern airplanes, and we have already 90 in service. All in all, about sort of between 90 and 120 aircraft. That's quite a powerful air force for such a small country. And also, we are one of the few countries who have submarines in the area. And Germany does, and so on. But I mean, Poland has a few, and they're going to acquire more. They're acquiring everything, I think, under the blue sky right now. But I think those are the sort of niche capabilities of Sweden. The Swedish army would probably kick me out if I said so, but I think that sort of in sort of a broader alliance sense, yes. And when it comes to the European Union and European defense, my thoughts go more to the industrial base and industrial capabilities. First of all, being a country that has this sort of systems integration capability, I think that's vital. There are several other countries who do, but I think that could be one option. And also I mean, Sweden as a whole is a very innovative economy. The trick for us is to get that innovation again from the civil sector to go into the defense sector and bridge that gap. But there are some certain areas like electronic warfare, and so the Swedish defense industry is really strong within. And even now, and for a very long time, we have been contributing in several programs, such as the Meteor program and so on. So yeah, and that.
Okay. I think it is in the 5th row. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Alex van Nieuwburg. I'm not representing any organization or any country. I'm just an interested listener, and I would like to thank all the speakers for interesting presentations. Now, I have a question which has a little bit of a pragmatical nature. All the presenters stressed the importance of innovation and research and development in order to develop the future force, whatever the future force may look like, what the characteristics of the future force may be for each country. And we also talked about this innovation and R&D landscape, and Auke Venema called it an ecosystem, meaning there are many different actors in that environment, all perhaps with their different expertise and their different interests. So my practical question is, how could governments, so each government, not particularly the Portuguese or the Netherlands government, but how could governments in general, how could they facilitate all these players in the ecosystem in order that the innovation and research and development actions focus on those areas which are really needed to generate that future force, given that defense industries are autonomous. They are basically interested and driven by making profit. So what could governments do in order to focus all the activities, all the research efforts of all these various actors in order to avoid unnecessary duplication and get most bang out of the buck?
Well, I also looked at even because French is a point in case the defense industries are closely connected or partly owned by countries, by the state. And also in other countries, there is a very close relationship between defense industries, companies bigger and smaller, and the state. But you started by saying I want to be a pragmatist, but the further you took your question, the harder it becomes to answer, of course, because you put some very, very big questions on the table. So I will try to attempt give some answers, beginning of answers, and then hope that the other panelists can contribute to that as well. But let me start by saying unnecessary duplication. If you talk about Europe and doing everything together, it's quite clear we cannot make a decision. Well, we will concentrate all defense industry, and of course France would love it, or Italy, in 1 or 2 countries. That's not going to happen. So some sort of duplication is needed, I guess. Which, by the way, can mean various things. If, for instance, if you talk about Italy and the F-35, the Italians have built a fantastic, highly modern factory. So where they assembled their F-35s, is that unnecessary duplication? I don't think so. It's extra capacity, and also keeping a lot of Italians in very high value jobs. So yes, unnecessary. Certainly, we want to avoid unnecessary duplication. Certainly, some duplication is necessary from my point of view. But taking it to bring it a bit more home in the sense of, okay, what can governments do? Of course, it also has to do with spend your money wisely. So can you spend it on everything? Portugal, like the Netherlands, of course, Netherlands has a higher budget, has a stronger BBP, so we can afford it. But for both nations applies the question, do we spend our money wisely? Should we concentrate on certain areas? Should we not concentrate on other areas? So looking at, and of course, I'm not very knowledgeable on Portugal. Apart from that, it is a fantastic country that you live in, and I spent here some very nice holidays. But I did do some research is too big a word, but I know for a fact that you have very successful startups here. You have very interesting young people here who do great research, and also I think from an entrepreneurial point of view could do a lot. So certainly, if you can establish 1 or 2 or 3 areas where you can collaborate with the private sector, with universities, like for instance ICT, and simultaneously also be part of a bigger picture, let's say the European picture. So if you can connect between universities, if you can connect to EDF projects, so certainly create an ecosystem with a strong national footing, but also, and I think you pointed that out in your slide, no longer the triple helix, but it's a bigger helix now. Huh? So certainly this is where you can make a difference, even if you have limited resources, like many nations. Another one being, I happen to know that, for instance, if you talk about the Portuguese Navy, certainly that is a navy. It's not the biggest NATO navy, but it's a navy that's been taken very, very seriously. New investments will be needed. So certainly you can try to connect to expertise, to research, not in Portugal, but elsewhere, but involving Portuguese universities, RTOs, companies. So I would say that the approach would be a niche approach, but this niche approach would also mean, and that is always very hard, also in the Netherlands, by the way, is making some choices. So, and I'm not going to make these choices by any means for Portugal or the Netherlands, as a matter of fact, but let's hope that you can find some niches where to do actually to do more and where you can make a difference. And in the Netherlands, it's different now because of our huge budget, right? But 5-6 years ago, I was also very much interested in Europe, in other initiatives, because there was money there outside the MOD budget. Let's not forget, EDF is also about money being made available at the European level. So let's not forget about that. It's on the one hand about close collaboration, but there is European funding. So I'm talking already for too long, but that would be answer B. Thank you.
Next question. There was still a question, I think. Oh. There is no.
I don't know, but may I ask a question to Eva? Not to make life difficult for her, but she's a true expert on, I think, on these matters. With regard to defense industry, and your very interesting research, and I'm really going to read the article that you wrote about it. Indeed, that also suggests that the French MOD or DGA can actually help focus industrial activity or future activities. I found that very interesting. Of course, France is much. And you also have your nuclear capabilities, of course. But I would be very interested in what you could say on how to focus your resources, because also for France it is a difficult question. It is a big question, but if you can give some clues, I would be very interested in those. Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah.
This is quite hard, but we use, like, from the angle that we use a knowledge-based approach, we don't use like a list of defense company or something. We try to find defense activities of company by the patent, actually. And when we have defense technologies in a patent, it's just like international classification patent. So you have sector and you have technologies, different sector. And when we have one companies which have a patent with technological defense, we consider it's a defense activity. But we are not focused on defense companies like.
If there's time, is the time? I have some comments to the last question, and when it comes to how do we, and it also pertains to this question, guide innovation, I think that, well, the governments are the only customers here, so they have huge customer power. I've heard that from the Swedish government saying, oh, we have no power over the companies, as you're the only customer they have, or the main customer. You could use that power. You don't own them, but you can still direct them. So I don't think that's so much of a problem on a national level. On the European level of how do we avoid duplication. And we heard here all panelists saying, well, our country is investing in AI and quantum technology, and so are we. I think that might not necessarily be a problem for startup companies. I mean, there will be a lot of diversity and duplication right here, but as they mature, these sectors, I'm sure that they will consolidate. We've seen that in tanks. I mean, there's always this discussion about the European defense market is being so fragmented. Well, it depends on which sector you're looking at. I mean, we have one serious main battle tank in Europe. I mean, yes, France is doing their own and the UK is doing their own, but I mean, the Leopard dominates like 70% of all like third generation tanks. Yes. And it will be even more so in the future because France and Germany cooperating. So, I mean, it also depends on which sector we are looking at. And the question of unnecessary, because that's a key, unnecessary duplication. I think that both the French and the British will agree that Europe is too small to having two separate combat aircraft programs. They won't agree on which of them will be should be cancelled. So, and I mean, this also pertains to, should we, I mean, is some level of duplication actually good? I think that in Sweden, when I discuss this, and as an economist, I come there saying, oh, economies of scale, and the military guys say, yeah, but you understand that it's, if everyone flew F-35, the Russians just have to calculate their S-400 systems to combat one system. I mean, and if you fly at least two, so there's a capability, a military capability dimension to this as well that we shouldn't forget when we're discussing defense industry, I think. It's complex, and I have more questions than answers, I think.
Well, this concludes our first session. I thank again to our speakers for their interesting presentations, reflections, and also their brilliant answers.
We will now have a break for lunch and we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. For those of you who have chosen to have lunch here at the National Defense Institute, the lunch hall is on the 3rd floor. Have a nice lunch.
Have we chosen or are we invited for default?
I think we are. It's very.
Retomamos o seminário com o segundo painel sobre perspectivas nacionais, para o qual contamos com a participação do engenheiro Pedro Costa Simões, da professora Joana Mendonça e da doutora Catarina Nunes, com moderação do Dr. António Figueiredo Lopes, presidente do Centro de Estudos Eurodefense Portugal, que é um colaborador de longa data do IDN, tendo uma vasta experiência de serviço público ao mais alto nível, no desempenho de cargos em várias instituições nacionais e europeias, incluindo funções em 8 governos constitucionais, como secretário de Estado em diversas pastas, ministro da Defesa Nacional e ministro da Administração Interna. O Dr. Figueiredo Lopes foi um dos primeiros autores nacionais sobre a economia de defesa, como hoje a concebemos, tendo tido intervenções relevantes e participado em pertinentes estudos sobre as indústrias de defesa e a modernização das Forças Armadas. Além disso, foi também autor de outros artigos em revistas nacionais e estrangeiras sobre a problemática europeia, a reforma administrativa e as questões de segurança e defesa.
Obrigado. Senhora Diretora do Instituto da Defesa Nacional, Professora Doutora Isabel Nunes, caros auditores do curso de Defesa Nacional, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Em primeiro lugar, permitam-me que dirija uma palavra de agradecimento à professora Isabel Nunes pelo convite honroso que me fez para presidir, moderar este painel, que, como sabem, é constituído pela professora Joana Mendonça, que é professora associada no Departamento de Engenharia e Gestão do Instituto Superior Técnico, onde dá aulas de gestão de inovação e design, empreendedorismo, desenvolve investigação no Centro de Estudos de Inovação, Tecnologia e Políticas de Desenvolvimento, e a sua investigação foca processos de comercialização e adoção de novas tecnologias e o papel das competências e do capital humano nesses processos, e está publicada em revistas como Research Policy, Small Business Economics and Technological Forecasting and Social Change. A senhora doutora Catarina Nunes, que eu tenho o grato prazer de encontrar de novo aqui nesta situação, num painel em que iremos falar praticamente sobre o mesmo tema que temos desenvolvido há longo tempo. E se me permitem, em vez de estar a ler aqui o currículo da sra. Doutora Catarina Nunes, eu gostaria de sublinhar o papel que a sra. Doutora desenvolveu nos últimos anos, talvez 7, 8 anos, no quadro da arquitetura das indústrias de defesa. Se puder usar a palavra, pensando um pouco nas exposições que ouvimos no início, quando se falava na necessidade de criar uma arquitetura das indústrias de defesa e toda a economia da defesa. A senhora doutora Catarina Nunes, pode-se dizer que foi pioneira na formulação deste pensamento novo de desenvolver a tal tríplice hélice, ou seja, de chamar as indústrias, a investigação científica e tecnológica, as universidades, e a Defesa, naturalmente, onde ela estava como adjunta do Ministro da Defesa, e com elas criar uma estrutura que fosse capaz de coordenar e impulsionar esta relação, eu diria quase uma relação de causa e efeito, entre o desenvolvimento tecnológico, as indústrias, quando associadas ao desenvolvimento das capacidades de defesa. Lamento que a senhora doutora Catarina Nunes deixe agora, eu espero que temporariamente, porque espero voltar a vê-la oficialmente envolvida em tarefas como aquelas que tem desenvolvido até agora, deixará de ser Presidente do Conselho de Administração a partir de hoje, e por isso é um especial motivo para lhe dirigir uma saudação muito especial e lhe agradecer, em meu nome e em nome das organizações que tenho representado, o seu contributo para o debate e o desenvolvimento desta área tão importante para o futuro da defesa nacional. Finalmente, o Sr. Engenheiro Pedro Costa Simões, que é doutorando em Marketing e Estratégia da Escola de Economia e Gestão da Universidade do Minho, mestre em Engenharia Mecânica pela Nova School of Science and Technology, licenciado em Engenharia Mecânica pela Faculdade de Engenharia da Universidade do Porto, e frequentou diversas formações e conferências na área dos veículos, manutenção, produção, processos de gestão de qualidade, defesa, liderança, gestão de projeto, ética e inovação. Com atividade profissional, tanto no setor internacional, público e privado, e atualmente trabalha como especialista na área dos veículos. O que nos propõe o programa deste painel é que, com o enquadramento da temática que nos mobilizou hoje aqui durante todo o dia, ou seja, a análise da economia da defesa no seu conceito e nas suas aplicações, no seu desenvolvimento, na sua prática, o que nos é pedido é que demos a nossa opinião, a vossa opinião, sobre as perspectivas portuguesas quanto a ao desenvolvimento deste conceito e aquilo que tem sido um pouco a realização, ainda que, enfim, com algumas hesitações, deste processo de aproximação entre as tecnologias, as indústrias, ou seja, entre a investigação e desenvolvimento, a produção e o utilizador, o grande utilizador, que são as Forças Armadas, que é o Governo. Eu reservar-me para, no final, fazer alguns comentários e por isso preferia passar desde já a palavra para a minha direita, à professora... Eu agora deixo o vosso critério. Então passaria já para a doutora Catarina Nunes.
A minha apresentação, se fizessem favor. Mas enquanto colocam a apresentação, eu queria agradecer profundamente as palavras do Dr. Figueiredo Lopes, porque é uma honra para mim também estar aqui neste painel e endereçar o meu enorme agradecimento à professora doutora Isabel Nunes por me convidar. Eu deixem-me vos confessar que disse eu hoje era o último dia, não fazia sentido nenhum estar neste painel, mas a professora insistiu. E eu, com enorme gosto, estou aqui a preferir estas palavras, a dar um bocadinho conta daquilo que foi este trabalho desenvolvido nos últimos 3 anos na IDD Portugal da Infância. Eu trouxe uma apresentação um bocadinho só para nos dar um enquadramento e nos ajudar aqui a acompanhar algum pensamento. De facto começo por um slide que nos dá os primórdios do que é a economia de defesa, ao qual devemos, e aqui devolvo o agradecimento ao Dr. Figueiredo Lopes, que foi o precursor e o primeiro pensador efetivo da economia de defesa no âmbito europeu, quando ainda não existia uma agenda europeia, no âmbito da Comissão Europeia, não havia uma agenda europeia para a economia de defesa, e a rede da Aerodefense já trabalhava estes temas, porque de facto havia já este sentir da importância da defesa e segurança no âmbito europeu, no âmbito desta rede, em que, obviamente, depois que um conjunto de ameaças que foram surgindo, foi necessário ir desenvolvendo um conjunto de projetos. Não me vou deter muito neste cronograma, foi só para termos aqui a noção da evolução, com projetos de capacitação ao nível das Forças Armadas, que chamamos a cooperação estruturada permanente, depois o Fundo Europeu de Defesa, o primeiro instrumento financeiro dedicado à defesa, e depois também uma bússola estratégica muito virada para a indústria, mas com, obviamente, a relação com o sistema científico e tecnológico nacional, como não poderia deixar de ser. Assim sendo, e falando mais uma vez no triplo hélice, temos o gosto de estar aqui as duas e com o parceiro também das universidades, ou seja, ter as universidades, ter a inovação, termos a indústria e termos de facto a parte do o cliente, as Forças Armadas. O que é que isto quer dizer? Nós somos, a IDD Portugal Defense foi constituída como sendo um instrumento de política pública para ir ao encontro das necessidades das Forças Armadas, congregando a indústria, os centros de investigação e desenvolvimento, e responder com inovação aos desafios que constantemente se nos são colocados à nossa frente. Portanto, temos vários eixos, mas para não me deter demasiado em teoria, gostava muito de dar conta efetivamente disto, das Forças Armadas. As Forças Armadas têm, de facto, um conjunto de necessidades, as suas capacidades têm que ser renovadas, temos que ir ao encontro das lacunas que existem nas nossas Forças Armadas e nas Forças Armadas dos nossos parceiros, sejam eles da União Europeia, sejam eles NATO, e temos que trabalhar em conjunto. Esta é a primeira mensagem: trabalhar em conjunto, trabalhar em rede, trabalhar para o mesmo objetivo, com as diferentes, isto é muito importante, com as diferentes áreas governativas. Nós não podemos trabalhar sozinhos na defesa, a pensar só na defesa. Nós temos que trabalhar com a economia, nós temos que trabalhar com os nossos estrangeiros, com a promoção da nossa indústria lá fora, temos que trabalhar com ciência e tecnologia, temos que trabalhar com as diferentes áreas governativas, nomeadamente com a administração interna, tendo em conta também a cooperação que existe a esse nível. Portanto, nós temos que ter esta noção mais lata da importância da economia de defesa para trabalharmos em conjunto, para irmos ao encontro dos nossos compromissos nacionais e internacionais, enquanto área de soberania que somos, e por isso temos aqui esta responsabilidade de nos, enquanto entidades públicas, de nos organizarmos e trabalharmos para um mesmo fim. Começando por pensar um bocadinho e o que é que nós temos vindo a fazer no que diz respeito aqui à inovação, investigação e desenvolvimento. Temos feito algumas coisas, mas queria salientar duas em particular. Uma que diz respeito àquilo que já está desenhado e que esperamos que a breve trecho seja implementado, que é o Diana. O Diana é um acelerador no âmbito da NATO. Portugal foi selecionado para instalar mais um acelerador no âmbito da NATO, responder efetivamente aos desafios que vão sendo colocados no âmbito da NATO para podermos responder em Portugal a esses desafios, portanto a instalação em Portugal que será na Arsenal do Alfeite, tendo em conta que temos ali um espaço significativo, tendo em conta que estamos junto ao Centro de Experimentação, da Marinha em Troia, em que a cooperação não pode deixar de existir, e pelas mãos da professora Joana Mendonça temos ali também a primeira zona livre tecnológica que foi implementada em Portugal para a Marinha, e que obviamente o Diana, a zona livre tecnológica, o CEOM e a Academia da Arsenal, que está a ser implementada também na Arsenal para desenvolver os recursos humanos na área naval, poderão criar ali, mais uma palavra que ouvimos hoje aqui, o ecossistema para a economia de defesa. Podemos criar nesta bacia ali do outro lado do Rio Tejo, de facto, um ecossistema para a economia de defesa. Devo salientar que os outros aceleradores que existem nos outros países foram, de alguma forma, permitam uma expressão, aproveitados os aceleradores que já existiam para incluírem mais esta vertente, enquanto que nós estamos a fazer algo de raiz. E isso vai proporcionar startups, vai proporcionar às universidades desenvolver as suas ideias, vai proporcionar às empresas irem ali desenvolver os seus protótipos. Portanto, vamos ter ali, de facto, a possibilidade de ter um ecossistema. Outro exemplo, apesar de haver aqui outros, outro exemplo foi nós conseguirmos ter o primeiro polo de inovação digital para a economia de defesa e com a certificação europeia. Portanto, vamos poder tramitar serviços e iniciar a digitalização no âmbito da economia de defesa, que é também muito importante. Temos, de facto, somos também uma holding, que gerimos participações do Estado no âmbito da economia de defesa, temos 7 empresas. O que é que fazemos com estas empresas? Promovemos a cooperação entre elas e a participação delas com outras empresas e com o Centro Científico e Tecnológico. Não quero salientar nenhuma porque iria ser de facto aqui a menosprezar uma ou outra, mas de facto todas elas têm aqui um peso muito significativo, como podemos ver pelo o valor das exportações que já representam no seu conjunto. Depois há de facto aqui esta enorme importância para a economia nacional do que é a economia de defesa. Nós podemos ver que cerca de 40 setores de atividade da economia nacional trabalha para a defesa. Nós temos aqui de facto nós somos PMEs, e aqui eu gostaria de dizer uma coisa. Nós somos essencialmente PMEs, se bem que a estrutura para a economia de defesa é um bocadinho distinta do resto da economia nacional, porque temos um bocadinho mais de empresas com maior dimensão do que no resto da economia, mas essencialmente somos PMEs. E eu há pouco tempo falei do diamante que é as nossas PMEs. Um diamante, o menos puro, mas já é diamante, tem 8 facetas. E eu identifiquei 8 facetas muito importantes e que devem ser potenciadas das nossas PMEs. Nós temos uma flexibilidade e adaptação às necessidades das cadeias de produção, porque somos mais pequenos, portanto temos uma maior facilidade de adaptação, temos uma qualidade de recursos humanos invejável, temos uma capacidade de produzir produtos e serviços de alta qualidade, já temos inovação e investigação e desenvolvimento dentro das nossas PMEs, já temos o reconhecimento internacional das mesmas, temos exemplos de integração em parcerias internacionais, veja-se a importância das exportações, as nossas PMEs, apesar de pequenas, já estão atentas ao mercado e à evolução dos mercados, e cada vez têm mais capacidade e desejo de novos desafios, o chamado empreendedorismo. Portanto, somos pequenas e médias empresas, mas de facto temos este diamante que tem que ser cuidado. Os recursos humanos, podemos ver, a produtividade é muito superior àquela que acontece no resto da economia, o que se traduz, obviamente, em salários distintos muito mais significativos. A investigação e desenvolvimento, não me vou deter nesta matéria porque temos aqui a pessoa que mais sabe de inovação e de investigação e desenvolvimento nesta área, mas detenho-me a dizer apenas que as pessoas ao serviço na área, a investigação e desenvolvimento na economia de defesa é 6,1, o que compara com 0,8 do resto das empresas nacionais. Portanto, é de facto muito significativo e temos aqui 2,5% das nossas exportações estão associadas à economia de defesa, tendo aqui, de facto, as exportações de bens e serviços em percentagem das vendas totais muito próximo dos 40%. Portanto, temos aqui, de facto, uma visão clara da importância deste setor para a economia nacional. E com um conjunto de capacidades muito significativa, muito específica e cada vez mais utilizada na conjuntura em que estamos de facto a viver, nomeadamente no que diz respeito à aeronáutica, à área naval e à área e à terrestre, mas nunca nos podemos deixar de lado e cada vez mais a área do espaço e da ciber. Portanto, concluindo, nós temos de facto aqui uma mão de obra muito qualificada, temos capacidades para desenvolver tecnologias e soluções para um conjunto de setores, temos competências de líderes em áreas do digital, portanto temos aqui uns pontos fortes para a nossa internacionalização. Nós fizemos um estudo o ano passado que foi apresentado nesta sala, em que nos dá de facto como as determinantes para a competitividade do setor da economia de defesa, a presença em mercados externos, a qualificação dos recursos humanos, a dimensão das empresas e a situação financeira saudável das mesmas, de facto são críticas para o setor da defesa, e daí nos darem de facto estas características da defesa como um setor baseado no conhecimento, nas tecnologias avançadas e de facto um setor altamente exportador. Este ano, diria no ano de 22, nós elaborámos um outro estudo em que conseguimos de facto ter uma noção muito clara de algo que devia ser para nós uma enorme oportunidade. Fomos perceber a resiliência da economia da defesa em contexto de crise. E este estudo que a IDD Portugal da Defesa, em colaboração com o Gabinete de Estratégia e Estudos do Ministério da Economia e o IDE, permite-nos afirmar que, em ano de pandemia, a economia de defesa registrou um valor acrescentado bruto e investimento das empresas superior ao resto da economia, apresentou valores de produtividade média do trabalho superiores ao verificado a nível nacional e foi bastante dinâmica em termos de participação em projetos internacionais. Acresce ainda referir que se registra uma aposta na investigação e desenvolvimento neste setor da economia de defesa, o que potencia a existência de atividades económicas baseadas em alta tecnologia e de elevado grau de conhecimento, retendo recursos humanos e conhecimentos especializados no seio da economia nacional. Portanto, esta é uma oportunidade para Portugal. A economia de defesa é uma oportunidade, mas precisa de investimento. Precisa de perceber quais são as prioridades políticas definidas pelo país, incluindo as prioridades, naturalmente, tendo em linha os nossos compromissos internacionais com a economia europeia e a defesa europeia e a NATO. Precisa de perceber quais são as necessidades operacionais dos ramos das Forças Armadas, em linha com aquilo que é preciso em termos de modernização e que tem vindo a ser desenvolvido nos últimos anos. E a identificação de setores mais competitivos na indústria nacional. Portanto, nós temos aqui de facto um desafio grande, que é investimento. Eu não falo em despesa, eu falo em investimento, tendo em conta tudo quanto disse até aqui, investimento na defesa. Temos aqui um plano para até 2030 chegarmos lá. Precisamos não é preciso só a LPM, não é só a Lei de Programação Militar. Nós temos vários projetos colaborativos e várias oportunidades para levar a nossa indústria até eles. Portanto, há aqui um trabalho de facto de levar este trabalho. Este é um outro projeto que nós também lançámos há pouco tempo, uma plataforma inteligente para a economia de defesa, em que queremos que haja de facto aqui uma possibilidade digital, ir ao encontro das, digamos assim, dos dias de hoje, para levar as empresas mais facilmente até a esta área em concreto da defesa, para poderem encontrar as suas oportunidades. Basicamente, encontrar as oportunidades que têm e encontrarem-se entre elas, tanto a nível nacional como a nível internacional. Portanto, temos aqui este trabalho que temos vindo também a desenvolver e que neste momento ainda está, de facto, nos seus primeiros passos, mas estamos em crer que pode ser, de facto, uma plataforma que nos ajuda a congregar o ecossistema da economia de defesa em Portugal. Deixo-vos aqui um desenho. Os engenheiros conhecem este tipo de desenhos, mas para mim é grato desenhar porque se percebe melhor o que é que queremos dizer com as palavras. Esta plataforma inteligente pretende efetivamente ser um matchmaking, ser um one-stop shop e ter, para além de ser um repositório de informação, permitir também avaliar, para responder aos nossos objetivos concretos da integração das nossas empresas nas cadeias de valor internacional, para de facto haver uma consolidação empresarial e haver, obviamente, uma adesão às necessidades das Forças Armadas. Isto através, obviamente, de um conjunto de projetos que vamos desenvolvendo, mas, mais uma vez, nunca sem deixar de estar associado às outras áreas governativas, sem deixar de estar em linha com aquilo que é importante para as nossas Forças Armadas e sempre tendo em conta estes 5 domínios. Para terminar, e para não me alongar demasiado, não sei, não contei os minutos, eu vou mesmo só terminar dizendo que há de facto aqui um trabalho ainda a fazer e este trabalho tem que ser muito consistente do lado do topo do hélice, da tríplice hélice, no que diz respeito à consistência e à celeridade das decisões na implementação daquilo que pretendemos. para que as empresas tenham tempo de se adaptar, para as empresas terem confiança neste setor de atividade. Temos que ter as outras áreas governativas aliadas a este projeto, que é de facto uma oportunidade para Portugal, para podermos associar-nos a isto e depois termos aqui uma preocupação nacional de como vamos fazer o procurement destas mesmas aquisições. Portanto, muito obrigada.
Eu passava agora a palavra à senhora professora.
Muito bem, boa tarde a todos. Queria começar por agradecer o convite amável que me foi dirigido e também aqui o nosso grande moderador que nos faz aqui companhia neste painel. Um agradecimento especial à Catarina, com quem iniciei uma colaboração próxima e pela primeira vez na história da Agência Nacional de Inovação e a Defesa, que vem um bocadinho no seguimento daquilo que ela apresentou. Eu acho que a apresentação dela nos dá motivos de orgulho e motivos para estarmos contentes e, portanto, eu vou agora desfazer um bocadinho e ser um bocadinho mais crítica e dizer que é pouco. Nós fazemos pouco na área de inovação na defesa. Fazemos muito pouco. A começar por esta sala estar, enfim, não cheia, não é? Nós pensamos na triple helix, pensamos em governo, indústria e ensino superior. Não, a defesa de facto pertence a triple helix, na triple helix não tem um lugar especial, está juntamente com o governo. E isto é um universo muito grande, portanto, é aqui um desafio para nós todos, porque na verdade todos nós fazemos parte do sistema, isto não é uma crítica a ninguém especial, mas só para nós sermos mais críticos um bocadinho connosco próprios e perceber a dimensão daquilo que é a nossa atividade. Não nos podemos deixar que isso nos limite a não fazer nada, não é? Agora, é preciso ter também um bocadinho de humildade e olhar para outros países. Nós olhamos para determinados países, a defesa é um grande push do desenvolvimento tecnológico em muitos países. Muitas das tecnologias que nós usamos no nosso dia-a-dia surgiram como resultado de investimentos, largos investimentos em ID na defesa noutros países. Na verdade, eu não conhecia nada de inovação na defesa até ir para a Agência Nacional de Inovação, falha minha, como é óbvio, e também posso dizer que aquilo que assisti me surpreendeu bastante, pela positiva. E fizemos de facto um caminho muito bom, muito positivo com a IDD. O projeto da Zona Livre Tecnológica da Marinha foi algo que me deu um gozo particular e é espetacular, e é top notch, não é? Portanto, também não, ou seja, eu não quero dizer com isto que tudo é mau, quero dizer que nós devemos olhar um bocadinho para a realidade. A Catarina falou de aspectos muito importantes como o procurement e a definição de mecanismos. Nós olhamos, pronto, não querendo naturalmente comparar-nos com os gigantes, que parece ridículo, mas nós olhamos para um programa como o DARPA nos Estados Unidos, que foi essencial para o desenvolvimento de imensa tecnologia nas universidades. Nós temos dezenas de centros de inovação e centros de investigação a trabalhar, a fazer investigação duplo uso e a desenvolver tecnologia com aplicação eventualmente na área da defesa. Aqui o meu repto é: sejamos ambiciosos com nós próprios, porque nós temos investigação de topo mundial, temos mesmo, temos instituições de topo, naturalmente que teremos uma defesa de topo, eu não conheço, mas dizem-me que sim, portanto eu acredito. Portanto, temos todos os elementos que nos permitem fazer uma estratégia de inovação de topo. Falta-nos isso, que a Catarina referiu: definição de estratégia, olhar para o que é que nós queremos, porque nós não conseguimos investir em tudo, como é óbvio, e somos um país pequenino, também temos de ter essa limitação, porque na verdade a inovação na defesa no contexto nacional é pouco explícito, é ainda pouco explícito. Claro, eu também acho que há uma parte que é pouco explícito que não se vê. Também dou de barato. Mas eu acho que nós temos condições para fazer muito mais. Muito mais. Portanto, este é o meu rapto aqui aqui provocar a Catarina, agora não pode fazer, portanto fica aqui a provocação para quem possa fazer. Nós temos condições para fazer, por exemplo, mais parcerias, né, com instituições de ensino superior, instituições de interface. Há um mundo, e começa a haver algumas, eu não estou a dizer que não há, mas de facto ainda há algum desconhecimento dos dois mundos, nem as instituições conhecem as instituições da defesa, nem a defesa conhece bem, de uma forma assim mais generalista, estas instituições. Aqui a Agência de Inovação, esse é um dos nossos trabalhos, portanto isso é uma das coisas que nós naturalmente estamos disponíveis para fazer, já era algo que nós também tínhamos, enfim, agilizado. E depois, naturalmente, há questões de reflexão da própria defesa, não é? Questões como desenvolvimento de inovação de forma aberta. Que implicações é que isso tem nas questões da segurança e de proprietários? Isso merece uma reflexão antes, naturalmente, de fazer colaboração em algumas áreas, não é? E essa colaboração, essa reflexão, que aliás tem vindo a ser feita, eu também estive aqui, esta é a segunda vez que eu aqui estou, a primeira foi precisamente na apresentação do estudo da Economia e da Defesa, que é um estudo muito interessante, é uma boa semente, mas como falávamos ainda há pouco, há muito trabalho para fazer sobre o que é que são estas potencialidades. Se alguém me diz assim, então quais são as áreas tecnológicas que a defesa deve investir? Eu não faço a mais pequena ideia, e eu acho que na verdade ninguém sabe muito bem responder a essa questão. E eu acho que essa questão é crítica. Começamos por essa coisa. Quais é que são as áreas, de facto, críticas para um país como Portugal, pequenino, com um mar gigante, que nós sabemos, não é? E com as questões fronteiriças como que nós temos, não é? São questões que não são da minha competência, mas que eu sei que devem estar. Como é que nós fazemos um roadmap para a inovação na defesa, não é? Portanto, estas questões críticas para as quais também as instituições, os centros de saber podem contribuir, e que eu acho que são críticas para que tenhamos uma apresentação, a próxima vez que a Catarina aqui estiver, com uma sala cheia a discutir a ideia e a inovação na defesa, que eu acho que é absolutamente crítico. Naturalmente que as questões do duplo uso que tomaram conta nos últimos 10 anos são críticas. Também aqui não há um verdadeiro estudo, um levantamento de quais são as áreas científicas em que Portugal tem grande know-how e que tem potencial de duplo uso. É enorme, o potencial é mesmo muito grande. Nós temos em determinadas áreas investigação científica de ponta, a começar pelas áreas da física, nas áreas da bio, isto para falar de áreas mais fundamentais, digamos assim. E, portanto, esse levantamento eu acho que também está por fazer, não sei que está já em um estudo que eu não conheça, há sempre essa possibilidade, e se eu estiver enganada, enviem-me os estudos todos, eu agradeço e fico a saber mais. Mas eu acho que há aqui um trabalho mesmo prévio e que são sessões como estas e trabalhos como o que a IDD fez com a Economia da Defesa, e penso que é o que o Pedro nos vai falar a seguir, mas são estes estudos que contribuem para nós de facto começarmos a definir estratégia. E depois é a definição de estratégia, que a Catarina falou aí muito bem, porque sem ela não conseguimos então investir e criar um programa à la DARPA, uma DARPazinha, um programa à nossa natural dimensão. E olhar para a defesa como um mecanismo de facto de technology push que temos as condições para fazer, não é? Mas, portanto, temos que ser ambiciosos, mas também realistas com aquilo que é o nosso quadro atual. Naturalmente que os programas como DARPA, aquilo que fazem é precisamente promover a inovação para a defesa através de desenvolvimento de know-how e de conhecimento científico aplicado, que vem da zona mais fundamental até o mais aplicado na defesa, e esta estratégia, que foi uma estratégia de muito sucesso implementada nos Estados Unidos, levou e multiplicou não só as aplicações na defesa, mas também o desenvolvimento de determinadas áreas tecnológicas que permitiu, para além das aplicações da defesa, aplicações noutros setores de forma bastante bem sucedida. Portanto, é esta relação, isso implica de facto conhecer as indústrias, as empresas, como a Catarina aqui falou, e as nossas áreas científicas. Portanto, implica aproximar. Quem sabe não podemos fazer uma sessão destas, em vez de ser num Instituto da Defesa, numa instituição de ensino superior. Portanto, eu acho que há aqui mecanismos de aproximação que nós podemos fazer. Eu lanço já aqui o repto à Isabel, que adora desafios difíceis, que o repto de fazer uma sessão noutro espaço em que possamos de facto dar a conhecer às instituições de ensino superior este trabalho que tem vindo a ser feito e também os mecanismos e os agentes, quem é que são os agentes na defesa a promover a inovação e a desenvolver, não é? Porque foi uma das coisas que eu aprendi, é que há imensas equipas a fazer desenvolvimentos espetaculares e que na verdade ninguém sabe, não é? Estão um pouco fechadas em si próprias, e portanto fazer esse caminho que eu, portanto deixo aqui o desafio, Isabel, e ofereço-me também para ajudar e contribuir para esse desafio. Eu acho que esse é que é o nosso grande desafio e por isso felicito estarmos aqui todos perante este desafio e deixo a minha disponibilidade para fazermos um novo encontro noutro local mais populoso. Eu quase estava com vontade de fazer o que eu faço nas aulas, quer dizer, aos alunos para se sentarem mais para a frente, estão todos espalhados lá atrás, mas depois achei que não devia. Muito obrigada. Pedro.
Muito obrigado, Sra. Professora Joana Mendonça. Agora passaria a palavra ao Sr. Engenheiro Pedro Costa Simões.
Obrigado. E gostaria de começar por agradecer o convite por estar aqui presente. Obrigado ao Instituto de Defesa Nacional. Eu investigo esta área e é um pouquinho difícil às vezes passar a investigação para ter uma audiência mais larga, não é? Muitas vezes as coisas ficam presas na academia e ter esta oportunidade é um privilégio e como tal agradeço a oportunidade de estar aqui. Agradeço o convite então do Instituto de Defesa Nacional para apresentar a minha investigação que é desenvolvida no âmbito da Triple Helix e mais especificamente vou apresentar aqui o tema que é a Universidade, a Indústria e o Governo no desenvolvimento da economia nacional. Aí está a apresentação. Aí estamos nós. Obrigado. E eu iria começar por fazer uma pergunta. O que é Triple Helix, não é? Estivemos aqui a falar tanto de Triple Helix hoje e acho que é melhor caracterizar o que é Triple Helix. Então, a Triple Helix é um conceito que foi introduzido nos anos 90 para estudar os sistemas de inovação. E é um conceito que é baseado nas relações entre a universidade, a indústria e o governo. E tem várias características, mas no âmbito desta apresentação que estamos aqui a fazer hoje, eu gostaria de salientar duas características deste conceito da Triple Helix. O primeiro é que é baseado que estamos numa sociedade de conhecimento. O que é que eu quero dizer com isto? O conhecimento é o principal elemento diferenciador de um sistema de inovação. Isto é o que está por base da Triple Helix. Então, o conhecimento é o que vai estar, a forma como produzimos e transferimos o conhecimento é o que vai diferenciar os diferentes sistemas de inovação. E como tal, como o foco é o conhecimento, a parte central, ou o foco central deste modelo é a universidade. Segunda característica é que estas relações de Triple Helix potenciam, uma coisa importante que tivemos aqui a discutir, tanto no painel da manhã como da tarde, a transferência do conhecimento da academia para a vida real. Portanto, a existência de relações entre a universidade, a indústria e o governo tem a sua lógica e a sua importância, porque o conhecimento muitas vezes é produzido na academia e se não houver esta relação, a velocidade de transferência do conhecimento à sociedade e às aplicações do dia a dia é mais difícil. Portanto, este conceito tem essa vantagem. Claro que há vários modelos para analisar os sistemas de inovação e aos sistemas nacionais, por exemplo, se quisermos estudar aqui como é que se comporta o Sistema Nacional de Inovação em Portugal, podemos usar os sistemas nacionais. Se quisermos estudar aqui como é que se comporta em Lisboa, usamos os sistemas regionais. Se quisermos estudar o setor da defesa, podemos usar os setoriais. Se quisermos estudar uma tecnologia específica, podemos usar sistemas tecnológicos de inovação. No entanto, a grande característica e o grande poder da Triple Helix é que potencia, graças à sua adaptabilidade, o estudo com qualquer grau de agregação. Posso estudar o sistema nacional, setorial ou regional, tecnológico. Se pesquisarmos na literatura, há artigos publicados com qualquer uma destas tipo de agregação. Portanto, é algo muito poderoso em termos académicos, é uma ferramenta bastante interessante de utilizar. Ok? Já sabemos o que é o Triple Helix, mas como é que isto se traduz no nosso dia-a-dia? Portanto, e foi aqui algo que foi trazido também pela Joana Mendonça. Como é que isto se traduz? É muito interessante porque a minha apresentação toca em muitos pontos que...
Não combinamos nada.
Nada, mas como é que isso se traduz no dia-a-dia? E nada melhor que trazer aqui um smartphone, não é? Um exemplo de um telemóvel, isto que usamos todos aqui o dia-a-dia, e vemos que para produzir um smartphone foi preciso uma indústria, a Apple, que teve uma capacidade de integração de várias tecnologias que já existiam e que foram desenvolvidas no âmbito da academia e de centros de investigação, essencialmente para o governo, para entidades do governo, e mais especificamente, se olharmos para ali com atenção, a maior parte delas pertenciam ao setor da defesa, não é? Nós vemos o GPS foi desenvolvido para o setor da defesa, no início a internet, o grande desenvolvimento também foi feita e desenvolvido para o setor da defesa. Então o que é que podemos concluir daqui? É que a Universidade, a Indústria e o Governo dá origem a bens e serviços que usamos diariamente, portanto não é um conceito esotérico que não serve, que não tem aplicação para nada, tem aplicação, está aqui uma demonstração prática que usamos no dia-a-dia. E segundo, é que o investimento em defesa é disruptivo e tem influência no nosso dia-a-dia, quer dizer, não se perde o investimento em defesa que nós vimos. No início tem aplicações muito específicas no domínio militar, no campo militar, mas depois é algo que se vai transformar e vai utilizar em toda a economia e de uma forma disruptiva que transforma o nosso dia-a-dia, tem influência no nosso dia-a-dia. E agora vamos centrar mais em Portugal. Em Portugal é um assunto que não é muito estudado na academia, mas qual a influência da defesa para o sistema de inovação em Portugal? Qual poderá ser o contributo da defesa? E é algo que é pouco chamado a atenção e é pouco estudado, mas a nossa adesão à NATO, nós somos membro fundador da NATO, foi completamente determinante para a integração de Portugal no sistema científico internacional. E como é que foi determinante? Duas formas. Começamos a participar em projetos de investigação e desenvolvimento completamente da fronteira tecnológica, que se desenvolvia com outros parceiros da NATO, mas não só. A NATO foi o principal financiador de estágios e bolsas no âmbito tecnológico e científico e nas áreas das engenharias. Isto foi completamente determinante, não só para a defesa, mas todo o sistema científico e tecnológico nacional. Mais concretamente, na área da defesa, tivemos os conflitos de 1960 em África e isso trouxe uma transformação ao nosso sistema de inovação, em que as restrições de importações de armas, neste caso, neste momento, está-se a passar o mesmo com a Rússia, não é? Tivemos alguma dificuldade de adquirir armas, então tivemos que reorganizar e reorientar a nossa indústria e o nosso sistema de inovação para dar resposta às nossas necessidades prementes, já que não conseguíamos importar, teríamos que produzir o equipamento de forma nacional. Então, nós abandonamos projetos de fronteira tecnológica, nós estávamos envolvidos com a NATO em projetos de aviões de combate, em sistemas de mísseis, portanto, na fronteira da tecnologia, abandonamos estes projetos de desenvolvimento tecnológico e concentramos os nossos recursos no desenvolvimento de equipamento militar para dar resposta ao conflito que era de guerrilha, não é? Tinha umas características diferentes, já não precisaríamos de mísseis, já não precisaríamos de aviões de combate tanto, mas, para dar exemplo, desenvolvemos aqui quase, com produção nacional quase a 100%, a nossa famosa arma que foi só substituída recentemente, a G3, e tivemos o projeto das SHIMIT. Claro que isto teve consequências no nosso sistema de inovação de defesa, não é isso? Nós começamos a produzir quantitativamente mais equipamento militar, mas a nível de desenvolvimento tecnológico, a nível de fronteira tecnológica, nós tivemos um substancial afastamento da fronteira tecnológica, vamos assim dizer. Para complementar isto, até meados dos anos 90, a investigação e desenvolvimento, produção ou manutenção de equipamento militar estavam limitados ao perímetro do Estado, isto é, por imposições legais da nossa legislação, a iniciativa privada não podia participar neste setor de defesa, ou então era muito limitado a forma como poderia participar. No entanto, apesar de todos estes constrangimentos que se podem adivinhar daqui, temos estudos, quando partimos para esta investigação tivemos que basear em estudos, e os estudos do Vinha e o Barros pareciam indicar que havia uma grande apetência do Sistema de Inovação Nacional para estas colaborações da Universidade, Indústria e Governo, apesar destes grandes constrangimentos. E nós quisemos validar e investigar e explorar se isto seria ou não verdade. E aqui não vou amassar com metodologia, mas essencialmente identificamos 145 projetos no âmbito da defesa, projetos de investigação e desenvolvimento. A nossa base de dados é projetos que se desenvolveram entre 2010 e 2017. Identificamos 145 projetos e, tal como preconiza a Triple Helix e a Sociedade de Conhecimento, há aqui a confirmação, a universidade é o vetor mais importante, não é? A esfera institucional mais importante, em que 92% dos projetos que identificamos na nossa base de dados tinham a participação da universidade. Algo também muito importante de relevar, e para mim pessoalmente foi uma surpresa, 37% dos projetos tinham incorporação tanto da universidade como da indústria e do governo. Portanto, uma elevada participação de projetos com os três, com a Triple Helix completa. Foi interessante, foi uma surpresa. E algo que sobressaiu da investigação e da literatura, e como analisamos da parte da manhã, algo que é importante na área da defesa é a internacionalização e a perspectiva de se a investigação é de duplo uso, isto é, se a investigação tem só utilização militar ou também tem utilização tanto militar como civil. E nós fomos verificar para todas as esferas institucionais o que é que se passava, e para a universidade. Na universidade temos o cuidado de separar as academias militares, porque desconfiávamos também pela literatura que iriam ter um comportamento específico e diferente do resto da universidade, e verificamos que sim, que as nossas suspeitas, validamos as nossas suspeitas. Se nós virmos ali ao meio, em baixo, com 48 projetos, temos 48 projetos do âmbito de projetos nacionais de defesa, em que, ali entre parênteses, estão 35 projetos eram liderados por academias militares. No entanto, a Academia Militar não tem capacidade ou não liderava mais nenhum tipo de projeto. Quer dizer, os projetos internacionais, a Academia Militar, as academias militares não lideravam projetos de investigação e desenvolvimento internacionais, nem de duplo uso. Então, portanto, as conclusões que nós chegamos é que há uma elevada sobreposição militar e civil, onde as instituições de conhecimento militar buscam ativamente a colaboração dos seus contrapartes civis. Portanto, as academias militares buscam o conhecimento para fazer suas investigações de vetores da universidade e suas contrapartes da universidade, e uma reduzida influência das academias militares para além do âmbito nacional de defesa. Eles estão muito vocacionadas para dar resposta às necessidades internas do mercado nacional e não lideram redes de conhecimento com objetivos civis e falta de competências para liderar e coordenar projetos internacionais complexos. No entanto, as universidades portuguesas têm essa capacidade e está espelhada na nossa investigação. Na indústria, fomos identificar a quantidade, as empresas que participavam em 3 ou mais projetos na nossa base de dados, e fizemos uma caracterização também por setores. E daqui vemos que, à exceção da construção, temos ali uma empresa da área da construção e uma da área têxtil, o resto dos setores são muito tecnologicamente muito similares, têm uma similitude muito grande. Então, o que é que nós identificamos para a indústria? A nossa indústria não é específica para a defesa, não atua especificamente para a defesa, atua essencialmente para o mercado civil, portanto, atua para o mercado civil, abrange um grupo muito pequeno de empresas, algo que já estamos aqui muito alinhados, não é? Muito alinhados, que se concentram num núcleo de áreas tecnologicamente relacionadas. A grande parte das indústrias que nós temos são com tecnologias muito relacionadas. E agora, uma coisa extremamente interessante, apesar de serem uma indústria pequena, têm uma capacidade de integração de sistemas e são internacionalmente competitivas. Elas lideram projetos de investigação internacional, têm capacidade muito complexos, como o caso do telemóvel, não é? Quando eu digo capacidade de integração de sistemas, quer dizer que é como um telemóvel, não é um telemóvel, mas temos o AVs e temos sistemas autónomos em Portugal, empresas que integram várias tecnologias para fazer um sistema complexo. Isso é o nível mais alto que há a nível industrial. Portanto, as nossas empresas têm capacidade de integrar vários sistemas para produzir um sistema complexo. Portanto, apesar de sermos uma indústria pequena, foi identificada essa capacidade no nosso sistema. Ao governo, repetimos a análise, e algo que estaríamos à espera da literatura e confirmamos, é constituído por instituições no âmbito do Ministério da Defesa. Portanto, isto orientado para responder às necessidades internas, participando marginalmente em redes internacionais e civis de conhecimento. Portanto, está muito vocacionado para dentro, para dar resposta às necessidades, mas também é algo que seria expectável, não é? Não seria de esperar ou de pedir às nossas instituições militares e de defesa que dessem respostas a outros, ou priorizar o internacional em vez das necessidades próprias, que os orçamentos não são muito elevados na defesa, mas nós vamos abordar esse assunto. Isto, pronto, tem interesse, é bastante interessante, mas agora, como é que isto se traduz na economia, não é? Como é que, e foi isso que me pediram, o meu estudo é mais centrado nesta área da Triple Helix, mas agora o desafio seguinte é analisar como é que isto se traduz na economia e arranjar indicadores para a área da defesa. Certamente aqui os meus contrapartes também sabem que é um grande desafio. Até 2017 não era possível financiar projetos de defesa, e a nossa base de dados era até 2017, com fundos europeus. E onde é mais fácil de obter indicadores é exatamente nos projetos que têm financiamento europeu. Os dados são mais fáceis de obter. No entanto, nós arranjamos um proxy, vamos entender assim, que é segurança. A segurança é o tema de segurança, porque a segurança tem os mesmos players, os mesmos stakeholders que atuam porque eu identifico para este tema da segurança são os mesmos. Por exemplo, as forças de segurança em Portugal, as Forças Armadas, são duplo uso, quer dizer, elas participam também em atividades deste tema de segurança. A Marinha também em Portugal tem missões de guarda costeira, não é? Nós não temos Coast Guard aqui em Portugal, portanto guarda costeira, temos busca e salvamento, as Forças Aéreas desempenham as mesmas funções, o Exército também tem missões de proteção civil. Portanto, os key players que atuam nesta área da segurança, muitos deles são comuns à área da defesa. Então, os indicadores que temos para a área da segurança são impressionantes, digamos assim. A segurança, isto, claro que são dados, os que eu consegui arranjar até foi numa apresentação de 2017, o tema de segurança é o que tem maior retorno de todos os temas do Horizonte 2020, era naquele momento o que tinha maior retorno para a economia nacional. O que é que significa isto? O euro investido em investigação e desenvolvimento em segurança é o que tem maior retorno para a economia nacional. Portanto, eu diria, arriscar-me a dizer que teríamos interesse em tentar aumentar, não é? Para o país, para a inovação do país, para o retorno para o país. Isto seria algo que seria interessante explorar e aumentar este tema. No entanto, a segurança está longe de ser o tema, pronto, que tem maior investimento. O investimento em segurança está longe de ser o tema em que obtém mais fundos e mais fundos em termos de recursos neste programa do Horizonte 2020. Provavelmente já existirão dados mais recentes, mas não tive acesso. Provavelmente o último quadro, não é? Que já tem defesa, provavelmente já tem indicadores específicos. E eu depois, se calhar, até vou pedir ajuda nesse vou pedir ajuda. Ok. E agora, e concretamente na defesa? Será que a defesa aqui, a investigação e desenvolvimento de defesa, nós estamos a cobrar para aqui, estamos a investir mais? E o que é que nós vemos? Isto é um gráfico que foi também obtido numa apresentação da Agência Europeia de Defesa, e o que nós vemos, qual é a percentagem que Portugal investe em investigação e desenvolvimento de defesa na percentagem nas despesas totais de defesa. E se nós virmos ali, Portugal em 2013 e 2014 investia 0,03% e em 2014 0,1%. E isso provavelmente compara muito mal com outros países, não é? Quer dizer, isto é uma oportunidade. O que eu vejo aqui é que temos uma enorme oportunidade. E será que estes valores estão atuais, estão muito desatualizados, não estão? Então, como estes dados, a Agência Europeia de Defesa é muito transparente, não é? E há um portal de base de dados, e antes de vir para esta apresentação fui explorar e fui estudar, e conseguimos ver que os últimos dados são os 2021 e o melhor ano foi o ano de 2022, em que 0,14% era a percentagem de investimento em investigação e desenvolvimento de defesa. Quer dizer, o que eu diria é que temos aqui uma grande oportunidade. Prontos. Em conclusões que eu gostaria de vos deixar aqui, os 3 grandes conclusões, ou três pontos que eu gostaria de realçar. A Universidade, a Indústria e o Governo têm um enorme potencial para analisar sistemas de inovação. É uma ferramenta muito poderosa e, como ficou aqui provado, para a defesa. Tem um grau de análise que permite tirar conclusões bastante interessantes. Face aos indicadores que nós mostramos aqui hoje, parece ser interessante em promover esta investigação e desenvolvimento de defesa. Nós vimos que, apesar das empresas serem muito pequenas, não é? Temos poucas empresas, mas elas têm capacidade de integração de sistemas. As nossas universidades têm capacidade também de liderar projetos internacionais. Portanto, os indicadores mesmo triple helix do nosso sistema, o nosso sistema de inovação de defesa é muito pequeno, mas parece ser muito robusto. Os indicadores são muito positivos. Então, temos aqui algo que podemos alicerçar, alavancar. Temos aqui um núcleo muito interessante para avançar. E outro desafio que eu gostaria de lançar era, se calhar temos que pensar, e hoje aqui de manhã vimos que provavelmente todos os países estão a avançar com aumentos de investimento em defesa. Nós temos o objetivo comum da NATO, não é? De atingir os 2%, e nós estamos longe desse objetivo, e se calhar se alocarmos parte desse investimento em investigação e desenvolvimento é algo que pode ser um investimento positivo e reprodutor, não só para a defesa, como é óbvio, mas depois colher vantagens para a própria economia, não é? Se nós investirmos um euro em investigação e defesa e conseguimos recuperar mais para a economia, é um investimento, eu diria que é um bom investimento para a economia. Se nós investirmos em sistemas de armas comprados ou investidos no estrangeiro, provavelmente investimos esse dinheiro e o retorno para o país não fica. Se investirmos em investigação e desenvolvimento, tem retorno para o país, e eu acho, da minha visão pessoal, é mais fácil defender, e se nós conseguirmos comunicar corretamente esta ideia, acho que conseguimos arranjar apoio de um fórum mais alargado para conseguir aumentar o investimento de defesa. Pronto, e era eram estas principais ideias. Eu tentei transmitir muita informação de uma forma descomplificada, não introduzi metodologias nem nada, mas pronto, eu depois, para quem quiser, tem aqui as referências bibliográficas, se quiserem explorar e apresentar as metodologias dos trabalhos, mas tentei descomplicar ao máximo e tentar cumprir o horário que me atribuí. Obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Engenheiro. Como não sei se repararam que eu não segui a ordem do programa na apresentação dos oradores, e creio que fiz muito bem, se pudeste à parte, porque a intervenção do Sr. Engenheiro foi, de facto, o desenvolvimento daquilo que tínhamos ouvido inicialmente, quer na apresentação da Sra. Doutora Catarina Nunes, quer na apresentação da professora Joana Mendonça, porque ele nos deu, no fundo, a visão global do sistema, na sua descrição tão bem feita e desenvolvimento que lhe deu da tríplice hélice. Eu julgo que haverá entre a audiência bastantes perguntas, e, portanto, gostaria de passar já a palavra à sala, perguntar se alguém queira fazer alguma intervenção. Eu vi aqui três não sei.
1, 2,
Professora...
3, 4, 5, já vi 5.
Sim.
6.
Eu depois vou ter outra vez. Professora Isabel Nunes, professor Ricardo Ferraz. Professor Ricardo Ferraz foi o primeiro. Não, mas...
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, pela palavra. Bom, a minha questão é dirigida à professora Joana Mendonça e vai neste sentido. Pelo que percebi, é docente na área também do empreendedorismo e da inovação. E, portanto, a minha questão é no sentido de que forma é que nós podemos aproveitar, por exemplo, os diversos processos e as ferramentas associadas à gestão de empresas, como, por exemplo, a ideação, o design thinking, aqui todo um conjunto de ferramentas interessantes que são dadas no âmbito do empreendedorismo e da inovação, para nós estimularmos o aparecimento de ideias inovadoras no âmbito da economia da defesa. Isto é algo que já acontece, é algo que faz sentido, portanto, essa é a minha questão. Obrigado.
Epá, que sorte que pergunta, que não sei se quer dar alguma.
Eu julgo que valia a pena nós juntarmos 3 perguntas, pelo menos.
Há mais convidados lá atrás, mas como o microfone está aqui, eu aproveito. Eu gostava de colocar uma questão ao professor Pedro Costa Simões relativamente ao estudo que nos apresentou do financiamento no âmbito do Horizonte 2020, e eu reparei, julgo que bem, que o slide se reporta aos anos 2014 2015, e estava aqui a pensar porque é que é neste ano que há um maior retorno económico nacional na área da segurança. E estava a pensar em que contexto é que se vivia à data. Presumo que quando este estudo foi feito, terão utilizado esse contexto para perceber o porquê desta percentagem. E estava só a pensar em 2 questões: a ameaça terrorista que continuava a agraçar na Europa e, ao mesmo tempo, um outro fenómeno que, não sendo propriamente uma ameaça, foi altamente securitizado e que tinha a ver com a crise migratória que se viveu na Europa, em particular em 2015. E ao ser muito securitizado por alguns governos e algumas agências e também alguns académicos, isso talvez tenha também valorizado, por um lado, dado o pretexto para investir no setor, mas ao mesmo tempo talvez uma hipervalorização desse setor. Eu gostava de saber se tiveram estes fatores de externalização, portanto, aspectos externos da segurança interna, se os tiveram em linha de conta quando desenvolveram o vosso estudo. Muito obrigada.
Talvez pudesse responder já estas 2 primeiras perguntas. Faziam já.
Bom, só para dizer, claro que sim, que as metodologias de gestão de inovação se podem potenciar e abrir este tipo de atividades. Eu posso dizer que eu, por exemplo, na disciplina que dou de inovação e design thinking, todos os semestres trabalho um problema que é trazido por uma empresa ou uma entidade diferente. Já fizemos com a Câmara Municipal de Lisboa, com a Galp, com o CEIA, com a AI Group, e este semestre vamos fazer com uma associação. E, portanto, deixo já que o desafio, se um dia quiserem ter os alunos a olhar para uma questão, assim, qual é que é a questão? Primeiro, a gestão de inovação ainda não é incorporada por todas as empresas, não é? Nas grandes empresas nós temos naturalmente gestores de inovação e responsáveis por essa área. Naturalmente, pela sua natureza, nas pequenas empresas isso não existe, e estas metodologias muitas vezes não são conhecidas e têm dificuldade em penetrar. Daí que a relação com as instituições de ensino superior podem ser importantes, sobretudo para as PMEs, que não têm, por razões óbvias de tamanho, dimensão, a capacidade para integrar todos estes conceitos de forma imediata, e portanto aqui esta relação pode permitir identificar aquilo que tem mais interesse. Quanto ao horizonte, eu só queria, eu sei que o Paulo vai falar, eu também fiquei cheio de vontade, aliás, de ler o artigo, portanto vou já lhe pedir para ele mandar o artigo, mas há aqui questões do horizonte, de facto aqueles dados já têm alguns anos, muitas vezes não há uma associação assim tão direta e imediata dos efeitos contextuais e os resultados do horizonte, porque o horizonte é para a investigação científica, não é? E investigação científica na área da segurança. E, portanto, essa relação causa e efeito não existe dessa forma como se poderia esperar. Pedro, pode acrescentar.
Sim, o meu estudo é essencialmente na área da Triple Helix. Eu tentei, mas trazer mais a economia, como é que ia. E há uma grande dificuldade de arranjar indicadores. Este foi o indicador que eu consegui arranjar de uma conferência que estive presente, e a segurança se nós analisarmos o ecossistema, vamos dizer assim, da segurança, é muito similar ao ecossistema da defesa aqui em Portugal. As empresas, as instituições mesmo a nível do Estado, do Governo, são similares, a academia é similar, e mesmo a indústria tem pontos comuns. E eu também me interessei aqui um pouco, mas se nós vimos a segurança, realmente na área da segurança nós somos verdadeiramente inovadores e temos empresas verdadeiramente de ponta, não é? Eu me interesso um pouco por o assunto, mas eu estou a fugir porque não é a minha área de especialidade, mas se nós virmos, e nós atravessamos as fronteiras todos os dias nos aeroportos, e se tivermos atenção, os gates são feitos por uma empresa portuguesa, não é? Sempre que atravessamos uma fronteira, temos ali com tecnologia portuguesa que está em todos os aeroportos. Sim, da União Europeia. Quer dizer, sim. Eu acho que eu não conheço bem o ecossistema de segurança, que não foi de toda a minha área, porque é muito difícil arranjar indicadores, e tenta explorar para tentar uma vertente mais económica da versão. Porque eu tenho a nítida sensação, é isto do meu estudo, é que o ecossistema de inovação de defesa em Portugal é pequeno, mas tem um grande potencial, mas investimos relativamente pouco no sistema, e eu creio que tem retorno para o país. Portanto, era esse o ênfase que eu queria.
Talvez a senhora doutora Catarina nos possa dar aqui uma ajuda.
Sim.
Se me permitirem, queria aqui só referir o seguinte. Nós, na IDD Portugal Defense, estamos também a trabalhar muito nesta vertente, porque temos a clara noção de que há que demonstrar esse retorno, seja ao nível da produção de bens e serviços, seja ao nível da investigação e desenvolvimento, o retorno para a economia nacional do desenvolvimento. Por isso eu falava da oportunidade, mas temos que de facto ser consistentes e demonstrar efetivamente qual é esse retorno. Estamos a trabalhar nomeadamente com o Instituto Nacional de Estatística, para poder, através de metodologias das matrizes input-output, podermos perceber, obviamente que os dados não abundam e que temos que de facto permita uma expressão, partindo do elefante às postas, como se costuma dizer, mas com alguma criteriosidade do trabalho que é realizado, também fazer esse trabalho. Eu acho que juntando todos esses esforços que nós vamos implementando nós em conjunto, universidades, investigadores, instituições que trabalham estes dados e que têm expertise relativamente a estas áreas, temos que demonstrar de facto este retorno que traz a economia de defesa para
se permite dar uma chega, mas os indicadores que trouxe na apresentação, que eu ainda não os tinha, são muito motivadores. Aí vemos que...
Mas há muito a fazer, se não se gosta.
Sim. Não, mas nós vimos que em relação à economia nacional
Exatamente.
tem maior produtividade, pagam mais ordenados, então é um forte indicador que algo diferenciador de elevada qualidade em relação ao normal da economia está a passar neste ecossistema. Podemos não compreender em plenitude o que está a passar, mas há indicadores avançados, não é? Que nos apontam que algo de positivo está a passar porque temos uma performance melhor que a média da economia, conjunto da economia.
Bom, nós temos mais 3 perguntas. O Dr. Zé Alberto Pereira tinha pedido. Alberto Pereira. Eu é que eu tinha
Mas
pedido.
está aqui, mas está ali já.
Está bem, está bem. Eu estava...
Muito obrigado. Vou ser muito rápido, vou só duas perguntas muito diretas. Eu sou também da IDD Portugal Defense, Ricardo Pinheiro Alves, e seguindo um pouco o comentário da doutora Catarina Nunes, perguntava ao professor Pedro Costa Simões, fazia 2 perguntas. A primeira era, dos 145 projetos que viu, há uma parte deles em que entra a indústria, participa a indústria, que serão sensivelmente metade ou 80, não fiz bem as contas. A minha questão não é muito relevante, a minha questão é, desses 80 projetos de investigação, tem ideia quantos é que resultaram em produtos ou serviços que chegaram ao mercado e não se ficaram só pela fase de investigação ou da fase de protótipo? Primeira questão. Segunda questão, em relação ao retorno que a área da segurança dava em 2015, é uma questão mais prática ou mais metodológica, como é que esse retorno é obtido ou como é que foi calculado? Como é que podemos saber que o retorno realmente é maior na área da segurança do que nas outras áreas da economia portuguesa ou da sociedade? Obrigado.
Agora outra pergunta aqui ao meio.
Boa tarde, Sargento Argento Rui Marques, represento a Direção de Serviços Financeiros da Direção de Recursos da Defesa Nacional. Eu vou ler que fui tomando algumas notas e tenho aqui algumas questões, como a memória já vai falhando, tenho que me socorrer aqui do telemóvel. Voltando ao Triple Helix, é perceptível que as fronteiras entre o domínio militar e civil se estão a esbater. É perceptível que o tempo em que as transferências de tecnologia ocorriam muito mais do meio militar para o meio civil, como por exemplo a internet, a deep web, os satélites, como a professora muito bem falou há pouco, os airbags, a combustão interna, micro-ondas, ultracongelados, reconhecimento facial, supercola, GPS, mobilidade autónoma, walkie-talkies, radares, GPS. O que é que seria de nós hoje em dia sem este desenvolvimento tecnológico no seio da defesa, muito dele vindo da DARPA, como muito bem disse. E até os computadores, e imaginem até a Siri, veio da defesa, já para não deixar de lado essa maravilha da culinária que são os ultracongelados e principalmente os cheetos. Tudo veio da defesa. Mas hoje em dia o paradigma mudou bastante. Portanto, a inovação vem muito mais de fora para dentro e muitas vezes já substitui a inovação de defesa. Veja-se o Starlink na guerra da Ucrânia ou até uma empresa de um país vizinho que desenvolvia identificação de ativos no solo através de fotografia aérea utilizando inteligência artificial e foi requisitada para identificar alvos, e são empresas privadas. A questão que se põe e que eu gostaria de deixar aqui, falando no Triple Helix, é que são 3 pás, e falando em economia de defesa, nós sabemos quais são as pás, é preciso saber qual é o eixo, sem uma delimitação, definição e caracterização clara e forte, como se diz também no meio militar, não será fácil colocar a hélice a mover-se. A outra questão é quanta força é necessária para fazer mover essa hélice, recursos. O que me traz também logo ao pensamento que é se eu vou investir recursos, que energia vou gerar? qual é o retorno? E essa é a minha questão, olhando para as palavras da doutora Isabel Nunes de manhã, falando nas organizações para as quais Portugal contribui, que fazem parte da economia de defesa, que recursos é que nós investimos, e penso que temos que mudar um pouco o discurso de quanto é que contribuímos para essas organizações, para quanto é que investimos nessas organizações. E investir significa retorno. Para terminar, falando em Triple Helix, a indústria e as empresas são muito bem-vindas a este tipo de discussões e obrigado pela iniciativa de falar em economia de defesa, porque de facto não há economia de defesa se não falarmos em economia de defesa. No entanto, eu tenho que ir à raiz. Se eu for às escolas militares, quantos conteúdos falam de inovação, emerging disruptive technologies, gestão de fundos, marketing e outras áreas que hoje fazem parte do dia-a-dia da defesa, quantos conteúdos esses alunos, com quantos conteúdos esses alunos interagem nas escolas militares e, para terminar, quantas horas e que conteúdos são ensinados nas universidades sobre defesa e agora mais concretamente sobre economia de defesa. Obrigado.
Mais uma pergunta e depois terminamos. Por favor.
O meu nome é Clariana Marques, eu sou uma investigadora independente e fala-se na Triple Hélice e falou-se no DARPA, mas o DARPA parte do pressuposto nos Estados Unidos que há uma íntima relação entre a educação e a defesa. E eu pergunto até que ponto, mesmo em termos de investimento, em estratégias de investimento a longo prazo, as universidades não será um pouco tarde demais se nós não temos de investir em STEM e captação de talentos mais cedo para que eles depois sejam diretamente vocacionados para a área da defesa? É para o painel.
Então, para as respostas, vocês quem é que quer começar?
Posso começar por esta última. Primeiro porque eu não tenho nada esse entendimento de uma relação íntima entre a universidade e a defesa, mas nem acho que o DARPA tenha esse reflexo, mas pronto, mas imagino que seja uma questão de interpretação e daquilo que eu conheço, naturalmente, que é sempre limitado. Eu acho que isso, no fundo, vai ao encontro de um pouco daquilo que eu disse, que é o estreitar de relações que pode começar, sim, mais cedo. Tudo começa na primária, ainda não te disse isto, não é? É escusado de pensarmos que na faculdade que nós vamos moldar, porque as pessoas começam-se a moldar pequeninas, portanto. Mas eu acho que tudo passa por esse estreitamento de relações que é naturalmente possível. Eu não acho nada que seja tarde, senão não estava aqui a fazer nada, né? Se fosse tarde não valia a pena vir aqui. Acho que é preciso termos às vezes a capacidade de ter visão crítica e dizermos não, isto está mal, vamos fazer. Vamos fazer mais, vamos fazer melhor, agora não acho nada que seja tarde, acho que pelo contrário, acho que estamos bem a tempo de fazer, estreitar relações e depois pensar um bocadinho no STEM, embora eu acho que depois as pessoas devem fazer aquilo que querem fazer e não aquilo que devem fazer nas suas vidas e com as suas carreiras. Eu acho muito interessante essa questão da direcionalidade, no fundo, do desenvolvimento tecnológico. Quem é que puxa quem? Se a defesa foi, de facto, impulsionador de muitas tecnologias na história, se isso é capaz de desaparecer. Eu penso que não desaparece, eu acho é que há mais mistura, digamos assim, portanto é menos visível essa separação, precisamente pelos modelos de incorporação de alguma inovação aberta por parte dos modelos de desenvolvimento e de inovação da própria defesa e que permite essa ramificação. A outra pergunta é especificamente para o Pedro, vou deixá-lo responder e fico à espera que ele depois me mande o artigo para eu poder
Está disponível, é open source.
Espetacular.
É um artigo que qualquer pessoa pode consultar.
Ótimo.
E claro que envio. Prontos, especificamente nos nossos 145 projetos, 57% envolviam a indústria, mas mais importante que relevar isso é que 37% incluíam a indústria, a Universidade, a Indústria e o Governo. Especificamente a relação, se nós analisamos se daria origem a um produto, a um protótipo ou um produto final. Não foi o âmbito da nossa investigação, não posso fazer dar essa resposta. E algo que também não é muito fácil de analisar, não existem bases de dados ou que eu tenha conhecimento que tenham esses elementos. Portanto, o investigador aqui, um homem só, é um pouco difícil de verificar esse tipo de chegar a esse tipo de detalhe. Agora, a impressão que tenho pela literatura e pelo que eu e também porque também há trabalhos publicados, é que as relações entre universidade, indústria e governo, apesar de não ter esta designação mesmo na estratégia de inovação que foi desenvolvida pelo Ministério da Defesa, tem o sistema científico e tecnológico, tem outras designações, mas basicamente estamos a falar a mesma coisa. Desde 2010 que há esta promoção, isto está culturalmente imbuído no nosso sistema, e se há participação da indústria e da Universidade, Indústria e Governo, a probabilidade de atingirmos um estádio final do desenvolvimento da universidade, o conhecimento da universidade ser traduzido para um produto final que é utilizado por dia a dia, o potencial é muito maior. É isto que diz a teoria. Portanto, eu assumo que teríamos um grau de concretização grande. Recentemente também saiu uma análise, também triple helix, até nem foi triple helix, eu creio que até foi quadruple helix, estudar especificamente a parte do setor têxtil, e é um setor também de estudo muito interessante, porque rapidamente se transformou o conhecimento da academia e da indústria, não é? Ali o CITEV e umas indústrias ali da área mais do Minho, que até é de onde eu sou, não é? E conseguiram produzir equipamento que está já à utilização das Forças Armadas e do Exército Português. Temos o caso da farda, não é? O Soldado Futuro, temos os capacetes também. Portanto, foi algo que foi com investimento relativamente, assumo que não foi muito elevado, tem um impacto muito rápido nas Forças Armadas, e até conseguimos orçamentos bastante mais baixos, ou mais baixos do que seríamos adquirir o mesmo tipo de equipamento com o mesmo nível de performance nos mercados internacionais. Portanto, este tipo de colaboração tem resultados visíveis, úteis, e é benéfico para as nossas Forças Armadas e para a nossa economia, porque deixamos de adquirir equipamentos de proteção no mercado internacional, nomeadamente capacetes, e passamos a incorporar de forma mais vantajosa, tanto para as Forças Armadas como para a economia, que o preço foi interessante, o produto final, em termos de características técnicas, e o resultado para adquirir um produto com a mesma performance no mercado internacional seria mais elevado. Portanto, é benéfica esta colaboração, esta visão a única visão que eu posso transmitir.
Obrigado.
Só para responder ali à última questão que foi colocada, relativamente à relação da educação com a defesa e indústria, este triplo hélice que nós tentámos também implementar nesta área em concreto, diz respeito a duas academias de que nós lançámos a semente já, que é uma academia para a área naval, outra academia para a área aeronáutica, e uma junto do Arsenal do Alfeito, outra junto da OGMA, e que têm 3 objetivos concretos. Primeiro, formar ou capacitar para os dias de hoje, para os desafios de hoje, as pessoas que já trabalham nestas mesmas áreas, naval e aeronáutica. Por outro lado, através do consórcio de escolas de engenharia, fizemos um protocolo e que colabora connosco no sentido de irmos desenvolvendo também com estas escolas a capacidade de atrair novos alunos para estas áreas em concreto. E depois eu diria o desafio maior, que é reter alguns destes recursos humanos dentro destas mesmas instituições. Portanto, isto não pode estar dissociado de centros de experimentação que tenham que estar associados a estas mesmas academias. Ou seja, criar desafios constantes a estes recursos humanos novos que vêm entrar para estas áreas de atuação, nomeadamente naval e aeronáutica, para conseguirmos de facto criar conhecimento e retermos algum conhecimento também junto destas mesmas áreas. Este foi um trabalho que também tentámos desenvolver e esperamos, a Academia do Arsenal está prestes a ser inaugurada, esperamos a todo momento, já teve um curso piloto ano passado, mas a Academia concretamente está a acabar as suas obras e as obras da Academia da OGMA também se espera que terminem no primeiro semestre e que o primeiro curso também surja no segundo semestre deste mesmo ano. Portanto, eu diria que não são só pensamentos e algo que está no papel, com estes protocolos estão de facto a ser implementados e a tentar criar de facto esta capacidade interna.
Obrigado, doutora. Penso que o nosso tempo terminou e a única palavra que eu queria dizer agora era, na prática, repetir aquilo que tenho dito ao longo de vários... Sempre participo nestes encontros e debate este tema, que falta aqui maior desenvolvimento na relação entre as necessidades das Forças Armadas e os Centros de Investigação Científica e Tecnológica. Eu posso dizer-vos que tenho um documento que elaborámos no Eurodefensa em 2010, que o título é O que os empresários esperam do MDE. E a primeira coisa que eles esperavam era introduzir, eu leio corretamente, desde o início, no planeamento de forças, a consideração das capacidades da indústria nacional ligadas à defesa, a indústria, o desenvolvimento, a investigação e desenvolvimento da defesa, e a realização de projetos de investigação e desenvolvimento para equipamentos destinados a satisfazer necessidades das Forças Armadas. Ou seja, se não completarmos este puzzle, nós continuamos a trabalhar sempre desta forma fragmentada, digamos. E isso não corresponde ao conceito da hélice. Portanto, a conclusão que eu tiraria é que esta sessão foi extremamente importante. É um modelo que eu gostaria de ver repetido, a professora Isabel Nunes, concentrar estas três dimensões da hélice e tentar traduzir isto, como a professora há pouco, João não se referiu, para outros auditórios. Levá-lo lá fora, sair do IDN, levar lá fora este debate, como se tem feito, o IDD tem feito, a Eurodefensa também tem feito, mas agora com esta supervisão da IDN. E porquê? Porque na base de tudo isto está a estratégia da defesa nacional. Ou seja, está o conceito de estratégia da defesa nacional deve ser o grande documento orientador para estas diferentes dimensões. E se nós tivermos este sentido de coordenação e de parceria e de desenvolvimento de sinergias, creio que todos lucram. Quer o setor tecnológico, quer o setor industrial, quer a defesa e, acima de tudo, a própria economia nacional. É um beneficiário de todo este esforço. Bom, e era com isto que eu queria concluir a minha parte. Muito obrigado.
Em nome da excelentíssima senhora diretora do Instituto da Defesa Nacional, professora doutora Isabel Ferreira Nunes, declara-se encerrado o Seminário Economia de Defesa, um conceito e uma prática, organizado pelo Instituto da Defesa Nacional. A todos os que nos honraram com a sua presença, agradecemos a vossa estimada participação nesta sessão. Boa tarde.
Obrigado. Eu preciso dessa luta.
Eu também está disponível. Eu não sei se... Eu vou partilhar...
Desculpa,
vou partilhar...
O testamento...
Eu vou disponibilizar a partilha da... Eu tenho aqui a biografia.
Também está de saída. Eu ia dizer que isto era uma mesa de abandonos.
Este é o trabalho. Este Portugal Changing Defense Industry da Triple Helix Model of Knowledge Society. Ele é da ciência aberta. Está bem.
Obrigada. Eu quero o seu ponto, quero o seu estudo. Deixa-me dar o meu. Não tenho aqui uma parte. Não escrever um papel assim, mas lá. Eu acho que não tenho aqui cartões.
Eu também não, mas eu posso apontar o seu.
Então vai. Catarina.